Thank you. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council. My name is Councillor Peter Sanford and I am Chair of the Council. My Vice Chair is Councillor Eileen Wilson. As usual, this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. We also allow recording, filming and photography so long as the meeting is not disrupted. Please keep your phone on silent. You should keep your microphone switched off until you are invited to speak. If participating remotely, when you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone and camera are switched on. And then when you have finished addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone and camera off. Members attending remotely should indicate they wish to speak through a chat message in the Teams meeting. Those present in the chamber should indicate they wish to speak by raising their hand. I will ask the Vice Chair to note the order of speakers. The chat facility should not be used for any other purpose except, when necessary, to write down a simple amendment. Complex amendment should have been shared with Democratic Services in advance of the meeting. When we move to a vote on any item and there is not clear affirmation, I will state that a recorded vote will be taken. Members in the chamber will then vote electronically, selecting for, against or abstain. The result will be displayed. This meeting is quorate, so we will proceed. Item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillors Stobart, Hawkins, MacDonald, Hales, John Williams, Martin Khan, Ariel Khan, Harvey, Rippeth, Atkins, Jackson Wood and Ellington. And I can see that Councillor Van der Ven is joining us online.
Thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? Councillor Cohn.
Thank you, Chair. So for item 15A, I will leave the room and not vote. I don't have a pecuniary interest, but I work alongside the Arthur Rank on certain projects, so I think it would be right for me to leave. So just declaring that at the beginning.
Understood. Thank you for that. Councillor Heather Williams.
Just normal interest in item 11 as a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly, Chair.
Thank you. I see no other declarations. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Councillor Lentle, please.
I don't have any interest. I want to talk on the next item.
Okay. If an interest becomes apparent later in the meeting, please raise it at that point. Item 3, minutes. Item 3 is to approve the minutes of the meeting of Council held on the 2nd of October 2025 and the extraordinary meeting of Council held on the 17th of November as a correct record. So we have 2 sets of minutes to approve and we'll do those separately. Do members have any amendments to those minutes?
Okay. Yes, Chair, on page 26, in doing so, Councillor Lentle suggested that Coton Orchard was irreplaceable and had gained national attention. It's not me who says Coton Orchard is irreplaceable habitat, Chair, it's David Attenborough, and I was quoting him. So I think when one is quoting an eminent, he's a lord now, isn't he? So yeah, I was quoting David Attenborough there. And then again, item 9 on page 15, members raised some concern that only an applicant was considered by the interview panel. That is very much not a full conversation about what was said, and I would like the minutes to reflect the fact that I expressed serious concern that a monitoring officer would have to drink a lot of Kool-Aid to say that everything was fine at this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lentle. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Just draw attention to a typo on page 14, which was talking about, just bear with me, the Stapleford Great Shelford neighbourhood plan, and it's just a typo on page 14, second bullet down, where it says members were further encouraged by the inclusion within the plan. It says PAN, but it should say plan. So small thing. And then the other one is that on the second set of minutes, if I may just go to that while I'm speaking, which is on page 18 of our agenda pack. It refers at the bottom of that page to a question from myself, and in the third paragraph down, it says, as a supplementary question, Councillor Bradnam urged the Cabinet to support the requests there's a spurious of in there, but also for improvement works from residents in Fen Road, Chesterton, because there's lots of Fen Roads, one of which is in Milton, which is not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about Fen Road, Chesterton, with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. On page 21, on the third line down, it says about responses to the recent public consultation local government reorganisation were highlighted with only, it should be Cambridge City Council, coming below South Cambridgeshire District Council and satisfaction ratings. So it's the wrong council. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, if Democratic Services have captured all those changes, members, I propose we approve both sets of minutes. I call for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? Thank you. The Council therefore agrees the minutes of the meetings held on the 2nd of October and the 17th of November 2025.
Sorry, can I just say I want to abstain on the second one because I wasn't there.
You can abstain if you weren't there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to item 4A, announcements from the Chair. I am pleased to announce that individuals and groups within the Council have actually been awarded 3 different awards recently. I'm sure many of you know that the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service was named National Planning Authority of the Year by the Royal Town Planning Institute. This follows on from their receiving the RTP East of England Award earlier this year. So congratulations to Stephen Kelly and his team for winning a national award. Secondly, Leader of the Council, Bridget Smith, was nominated for Leader of the Year by the Local Government Information Unit. She did receive a special mention, so kind of second prize. But congratulations anyway, Bridget. Last but by no means least, our esteemed Elections and Democratic Services Manager, Andy Francis, has been awarded a special award by the Association of Election Administrators. Did you know there was such an organisation? I didn't. Apparently Andy is active in the Eastern region as well as locally and is on the expert panel. He was nominated by a team member who says he is a supportive and inspirational manager who is greatly admired by his team. Council colleagues and the wider electoral community. So congratulations, Andy. I think it's drinks for your team tomorrow night. Item 4B on the agenda, announcements from the Leader and Cabinet. Leader, do you have any announcements?
Thank you very much. So I'm very pleased to just remind members that the local plan is now out for consultation, and also to thank Nicole Stimpson and her team who just this week launched the new planning website, which quite honestly makes planning websites and other authorities just puts them in the shade. So Nicole and her team of 5 have done this 3 months ahead of the time which they've been allowed, so 3 months early and on budget. And more amazingly, they have delivered within a 9-month period 3 new websites, planning, waste and the council's new website. So I think it's just phenomenal what they've achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Announcements from the head of paid service. Do you have any announcements? Yes? No announcements from the head of paid service. Thank you. Item 5 is questions from the public. I would like to remind speakers under this item that any questions or statements made at a council meeting must be within the scope of our public speaking scheme. In particular, I would draw attention to the requirements of Part 5.1 of our scheme, which relate to the scope of questions and statements. It states that a question or statement may be rejected if it is A, not about a matter for which the local authority has a responsibility or which affects the district. B, is not a matter which falls within the remit of the Cabinet Committee or Subcommittee. Or C, it's vexatious, defamatory, frivolous, discriminatory, offensive, or otherwise inappropriate. If I, as Chair, think a speaker is straying outside the scope of the scheme, I will step in with a reminder. The scheme allows 15 minutes for public questions. The original agenda pack included 3 questions from the public. The first question from Mr. Pryor has been withdrawn. Our next public question is from Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight, I believe, cannot attend today, so he will be provided with a written response. Finally, we have a public question from Mr. Ramachandran. Mr. Ramachandran, you may ask your question.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and the councillors. Thanks for this opportunity. So I've been a resident of Camborne since 2006, and I'm also a town councillor. So I previously asked the district council a couple of months ago whether there was any availability of faith land in Camborne, and I was advised that the forthcoming Section 106 faith facility bidding in North Stowe may offer a solution for Hindu residents in Camborne. However, what I understand is the bidding documents state that the facility is primarily intended for North Stowe residents. So therefore, my question is, if Camborne residents are expected to use the North Stowe faith land, does this strengthen or weaken an application? Given that the supporting notes strongly recommend that the facility serves North Stowe residents only. So could you please help me understand that, please?
Thank you. Councillor Henry Batchelor, I believe you're responding.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the question. I think I answered your question last time, actually, when you came. So yeah, thank you very much for coming again and following up on that. So yeah, you are right. So North Stowe will have multiple plots of land allocated for faith provision. So the one that's coming forward now has been out for sort of through the bidding process for interested groups to bid to take over that land. That bidding's been open since January and will be closing at the end of January next year. So if you are thinking of putting a bid in, there isn't very much time left, just to forewarn you. But in terms of sort of the criteria for that, there isn't anything that will preclude you from putting a bid in should the Hindu community in Camborne want to, sort of put in a bid to take on that land. In fact, I think the criteria actually says it's supposed to not only just help one particular group, but the wider community, which obviously, could stretch outside of North Stowe. So absolutely, it shouldn't be a barrier to you submitting a bid. But as I say, time is very, very short now if you do want to submit something. So please do sort of grab this one and run with it if you are interested. What I can recommend as well is do speak to the communities team here at the District Council, because they can certainly help with any small items of detail, or indeed put you in touch with other faith groups, potentially in North Stowe, if you wanted to submit a joint bid. There's nothing against that as well. So yeah, thank you very much for the question. And yeah, if there's anything else you can help with, yeah, please do get in touch.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Mr. Ramachandran, you may ask a short supplementary question that arises from your original question.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Batchelor, for the response. So the other one that I wanted to kind of follow up on this one, in Camborne, the current policy that bans non-Christian faith-related activities in a publicly Section 106 funded Camborne community building, which was paid by the taxpayers for diverse residents, including those that are being excluded today. So could the council explain why this is the case and how Section 106 allocation in North Stowe process complies with equality, diversity and inclusion to include multi-faith in making a fair decision on the allocation.
Okay, yeah, so there are very strict criteria that we as a council have to follow when allocating the land, as it has been specifically allocated for one particular use, which is faith land. So any bid would need to conform with national regulation on that. I don't know the exact detail about the Camborne example you just gave there, but I know certainly for the Northstowe process, there is sort of very clear criteria that we as a council have to follow when allocating that. So, as I said, in sort of following on from my answer to your first question, I would very sort of strongly recommend getting in touch with the communities team here at Northstowe, because they are really the experts. They're all over the detail, and they can very clearly help guide you through that process. So, yeah. So I wasn't able to answer all your points on that, but hopefully that's enough for the time being. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the response.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. There are no more public questions, so we'll move on to item 6, petitions. And I understand that no petitions have been received. No petitions have been received. Thank you. Item 7 is the General Fund Medium-Term Financial Strategy. I invite the Leader of Council to introduce this report and move the recommendations.
Thank you very much. I'm doing this in place of Councillor John Williams, who's not very well, I'm afraid. And I wish him well. Hope he gets better soon. So I'm very happy to present the medium-term financial strategy, which outlines how we plan to manage the Council's finances over the coming years. The MTFS shows that despite a really challenging environment in local government as a whole, South Cambridgeshire remains in a really stable and sustainable position. Careful budgeting, sensible planning, early decision-making means that we're able to look ahead to 26, 27 and beyond with a very reasonable degree of confidence. Our strategy reflects the work we've done over the last 7 years to get our finances on a steady footing and keep them on a steady footing, actually when many others are not being so successful around us. We've kept our reserves strong, we've identified savings in a really considered way that does not harm our services to residents, and we've developed income streams and key investments that really help support our services. This approach has allowed us to continue delivering for residents without sudden changes and short-term measures. But we, of course, are not immune to the wider pressures of the sector. Rising costs, uncertainty in national funding continues to create real challenge. But our MTFS sets out a clear plan for managing these risks and ensuring we can continue providing high quality and reliable services for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll just wait until everybody else has had a go.
Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Councillor Heather Williams, please.
I don't think that probably was a surprise, Chair. I think everybody, regardless of party at the moment, in the current national situation and the economy, has an unenviable task. And it will lead to more and more difficult decisions, particularly when it comes to finances. I note in the report there is reference to growth. Well, I think growth in the national economy is somewhat of a debate at the moment, and we all wait to see what happens there. But we have to make the decisions to the best of our abilities within the council. Obviously, we can't control what's happening outside. I'm going to focus my comments, Chair, on Appendix B, and I'm looking at last year's as well. I appreciate there's not a comparison in here, but with finance, it's very helpful to have those comparisons. And when we look at the year 25-26, I'm going to look at the line of net operating expenditure, 30 mil, over 30 million. Now, in the financial forecast last year, it was 26 million. So that net operating expenditure has increased by 4 million, and that worries me because that's a significant sum. And while we might get luckier in other areas on income, it does make me very concerned about what underlying assumptions are being used by the Cabinet in their decision making. And what we can also see when we look at the net total net position is referred to in this document, it was net resource position in last year's document, is that budget gap is increasing. It's going one way and it's getting bigger. I also note exactly the same warning as last year. Further service pressures will, however, exaggerate the funding gap, and I'm very concerned, particularly in the current climate, that those service pressures will increase. Now, last year, we were given a breakdown of where some of the savings and income had been identified, and an allowance, at least for the next year of budget pressures, was included. However, this year, we've just got the net operating expenditure, so we can't see if there have been savings or income identified. We can't see if those budget pressures have been included. And that, again, makes me very nervous, Chair, with an already increasing budget gap, and we're at 3.5 million. It's not small fry. You know, if it was within $1 million, you could sort of see how different choices could be made to close that. At 3.5 million budget gap, I am concerned. So we'll see where it goes, but I do think that this council is living beyond its means when we look at net operating expenditure and that difference as to what was forecast last year. I think more financial prudence is going to be needed. Otherwise, we're just going to see council tax have to be hiked and hiked and hiked. But we'll find out more about the administration's plans on that in February, no doubt.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Helen Leeming, please.
Thank you, Chair. Looking through these papers, I can see that we have, relative to many local authorities, financial security and stability, and this underpins everything that we do as a council. I'd like to ask the leader if she could give some examples of how this financial stability has benefited our residents.
Leader, do you want to respond now?
Well, thank you, but I'd also like to address Councillor Williams as well. So Councillor Williams, I'm struggling to understand where you're identifying gap, because what we've got on Appendix B is a £3.5 million surplus, not a deficit. So we're demonstrating surpluses up until 2028, by which time we'll be, South Cambridgeshire won't exist any longer. But we've got to be one of the few district councils in the country that's demonstrating a surplus. And we are putting money, we're reinvesting money into our operation. And if I can just answer Councillor Leeming's question. So, because we are in a position where we have, where we are producing a surplus, and our finances are extremely healthy, it gives us the freedom to do a lot of things that actually other councils can only dream of, because we have discretionary funding. So, the work we've done with LIFT has brought considerable sums of money into the pockets of people in South Cambridgeshire. It's the community grants that we've given, that we've signed off, the zero carbon awards that we have given out and continue to give out, and then little things like giving out free trees every year. The scheme which Councillor Henry Batchelor has announced recently, to give every single parish council a tree and a plaque to commemorate those people who contributed and suffered as a result of COVID. Other councils can't do these sorts of things, but we can do it. We and our residents should be very grateful that we have the financial strength to do that. The list is endless, but I will stop there.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, you wanted to come back on that response?
Yes, because I did say it might be hard for the leader, because I'm looking at the comparison from last year, and what I'm saying is when we factor in the sort of budget pressures, the savings, etc., that were included last year, which at the moment we don't, that's where we end up. At the end of the day, from 28 to 31, you're going to be draining money. And if we look at the rate that you're going on here, and from the information that was provided last year, which randomly isn't provided, that's where we're going to end up. And also the fact that the expenditure was in the previous year, on page 77 of last year's documents, there was a net operating expenditure forecast of 26 million. This year, we have a net operating expenditure of 30 million. That's 4 million more. If you keep going at that rate, that's where you're going to end up with a big budget gap. Now, if the leader has more information that we were provided with last year that we have not been provided, which says otherwise, great, share it with us. Don't hide it. But right now, from what you've given, and looking at the way that you're angling, which is 4 million more to spend than what you forecast is, it's not a few pennies to last year, you're on that trajectory as much as you might want to fudge it.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
Did the leader want to respond to that? I don't want to jump in without.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Slightly different question, but notwithstanding, obviously, anything Councillor Heather Williams says, which is absolutely right, but even by the leader's sort of own view of the finances, if they are in the rosy state that the leader claims, one surefire way of spreading some of that benefit across every resident in South Cambs is not to keep on raising council tax. So, if the leader really does believe that we've got this wonderful surplus, would she commit to giving everybody in South Cambs some benefit from that and not increase the council tax by the maximum again?
So, we see from many other councils who have refused to raise their council tax that they just get themselves in a bigger and bigger hole. And that's what we inherited here 8 years ago, because council tax had not been increased, and you never ever catch up. I think the fact that we are spending more money on our residents is to be celebrated, because it means that we are delivering outstanding services, and we now know that things like our planning service is the best in the country.
Councillor Heather Williams, you have
Point of information, the leader says that it was never put up under the administration and they got into financial trouble. They left significant reserves, and actually there were times when it was increased, not year on year. You can scoff, but you can check the records. I went back to 2018, 2017. I see that Councillor Batchelor ran a marathon for the Arthur Rank Hospice, so I've gone for that was minuted in half. He's only declaring half of our, maybe like to do the other half of them this year. So we've gone through the history. The leader was here at the time, you'd think she'd remember, but we can help her with that. That's a situation.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak on this item? I don't see any hands raised, so I'll invite Councillor Milnes to wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Actually, most of what has been on my mind to say has already been said, but I've used the expression fiscal rectitude before, and I think that will be our legacy of an administration when we're no longer here, and actually will be in very robust health, even with the forecast of years beyond our existence. So I commend the report to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
Okay. Dem Services, could you set up an electronic vote, please? It would be green to vote for the recommendations, red to vote against, and yellow to abstain. Thank you. That's 21 votes for the recommendations, 8 against. The recommendations are therefore carried. Thank you. We move on to item 8, the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel. I call on the Elections and Democratic Services Manager to present the report. Andy Francis, please.
Thank you, Chair. The item starts at page 63 of your agenda pack. I'll draw members' attention to paragraphs 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, which are the 5 separate individual recommendations of the IRP, which are before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the recommendations are set out in paragraph 1 on page 63 of the pack. Do we have a proposer? Councillor Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. This is business as usual. The paper is self-explanatory. This administration has agreed in the past to respect and accept the recommendations made of the independent remuneration panel at such time at which their reports come forward.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Henry Batchelor. Do you wish to speak now or reserve
I'll
your
speak
right?
at the end, please, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Howell, you wish to speak on the report?
I'm so sorry, Chairman. I've just realised that there's somebody on the remuneration panel that I know on a personal basis. I will not be taking part in the vote on this particular if that could be noted, please.
Understood. Thank you. I don't. Oh, Councillor Milnes, please.
Yes, thank you. I was just going through the history, Chair. And since we took on the administration of this council, the original proposal from the IRP that year was an increase of to £5,300. If we factor in inflation, that would bring us to a total this year of 6,977, which is some £600 less than inflation. So in real term spending, we're getting 10% less than what we could have had. So we've been really quite restrained as an administration in increasing our own allowances. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lento, please.
Thank you, Chair. You've got my two proposed amendments for this item.
Andy to screen share.
I'd like to speak to the substantive motion as well as to the amendments. So happy to do that in an order as suits.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for the First Amendment? Councillor Tom Bygott.
I would like to second the First Amendment, please.
Does the leader wish to accept this amendment?
No.
In which case, Councillor Lentel, you can present your amendment and we'll take a vote at the end.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment is purely about transparency. If we are going to put the people's money into our own pockets, we should upfront tell the people that that's what we're going to do. If there are good enough arguments for putting more of the people's money into our own personal pockets, then let them be made in that press release. Let's be straightforward and upfront. This is the third time, I think, fourth time maybe, that we've had the proposal to increase our remuneration. Do we ever get a proposal to reduce our remuneration? The fact is that when we are talking about putting up other people's taxes, things that they are statutorily required to pay, they legally have to pay their taxes, we should be respectful of the fact that the decision to take any penny of that money and put it in our own pocket should be done with the absolute transparency. And it's why I think there is so much distrust of politicians locally, regionally, nationally, globally, is that these kind of decisions are not done in an upfront way. And I would strongly urge the 50% plus of people who are not in this room to fill their boots to be upfront and honest with their own residents. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yeah, I was going to say, I did for the substantive, happy to speak on the amendment, but the seconder hasn't had a chance yet, so probably should wait till after Councillor Bygott, Chair, if that's okay.
Okay, I thought Councillor Bygott was reserving his right to speak, but...
No, I'll speak now.
Go ahead, Councillor Bygott.
So how we pay ourselves is a very important thing. And the public are entitled to clear, accessible information. While the decisions are currently published on our website, along with the recommendations, and can be seen by residents there, most residents will not know that those decisions have been taken and must actively search for them and know where to find them. The volume of information to people today is so vast that many pieces of information are hidden in plain sight. A press release and social media announcement will actively make residents aware of changes to remuneration. In an era when trust in institutions is fragile, openness is not optional, it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams, did you want to speak on the amendment or the substantive?
On the amendment, please.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just a short comment, just to say I can't really see what the objection to this would be. I think if we're doing this, we issue press releases of all sorts of things. Why shouldn't we issue a press release about this one? And actually, just to, echo a bit what Councillor Brian Milne said, I mean, I would agree in the sense I don't think the allowances on this council are excessive or large. And actually, I think it might be good if the residents were told what actually the allowances were, because residents don't know what the allowances are. And I think they probably assume they're a good deal larger than they actually are. So there could be benefits all round in being open and transparent about this.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on Amendment 1? Go ahead, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. As has been said about press releases, social media channels, they are used regularly to promote various things from the council. And I think it does for some people make them wonder sort of where the decisions are about what goes out and what doesn't. Now, we do a lot of everyday business, but if individual planning applications are promoted in that way for transparency purposes, even if it is, I think a councillor installing an air source heat pump, or a member or an officer that's applying for an extension, all those things go through that process. And I think that's important for transparency. So I don't see any harm in the council being consistent. I think if the communications department is not consistent in what goes out and the decisions that are taken, then actually we leave them quite vulnerable to that sort of accusation of cherry picking of what suits and what doesn't. And I think it's that really does create this issues with transparency from the public perception. And I think we've discussed before how trust is very low at the moment, and I don't see how more openness and more transparency in the council's activities is something that I could oppose.
Thank you. Councillor Sally-Ann Hart, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is an interesting one for me because when speaking with residents and doors, I'm also a parish councillor as well as a district councillor. And it's an interesting conversation because I think some residents think you do it for the money. That's what you do, despite the fact that lots of us work full time as well. And if people were to see our allowance, like I say, it's not pay, it's an allowance we're given, and you do the math on that in terms of what the hourly rate is, it is incredibly small. However, what I also want to do is encourage residents to use the information that's in the public domain. So I don't know why there's a need to do a press release on this. I think press are in the chamber anyway, or the information is out there. So it's an interesting one for me. I'm very upfront with residents when we talk about allowance. One of the things that's key to me is how we can get more people who feel able to become district councillors. Some of us come with an awful lot of privilege, which we need to acknowledge. I happen to have somebody else that brings in an income and means that I can use some of my time to do both parish and district council work. So I don't think there's any reason to make a song and dance about this. This information is there. And so that's why I can't accept this amendment.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on Amendment 1? If not, I think we'll move to a recorded vote for transparency reasons. So it's green if you want to accept the amendment, red if you're voting against, and yellow to abstain. Yeah, I think one person left. Oh, of course, Councillor Howell is not voting on this. Thank you. So that's everyone. 8 votes for the amendment, 20 against, so the amendment falls. Councillor Lental, you can present your second amendment now.
Not very surprising, but rather disappointing. The Lib Dems in the room have voted not to tell the public that they are voting up their allowances. The 27th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America is a very interesting one because it was written in 1789, even though it wasn't ratified until the 1990s.
We're not in the United States. Please stay on track.
What does the 27th Amendment say, written by James Madison? It says that the remuneration for members of Congress will not go up or go down without an intervening election. That is the purpose of this amendment. It is to say that, yes, we may well think that the remuneration available to councillors and potential councillors is not sufficient. We may well think that the times are a cost of living times and that we need to make sure that everyone is able to volunteer as much time as they do to participate in our local democracy. But do we want to really be seen, yet again, putting more money into our own pockets? And of course, the Lib Dems pay 10% of that money directly into their party funds. So they get to spend 10% of their remunerations on elections. So should they really be voting themselves pay rises and more money for their own party out of the public funds before an intervening election? No, I don't think they should be. Me and James Madison think that this is how we should do things. If we're going to vote up in remuneration, let's do it after an election. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lental. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Richard Williams. Councillor Williams, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak? Speak at the end. Would any member wish to speak on Amendment 2? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'll restrict my views in general to this when it comes to substantive item. I'm sure we will get there at some point soon. But I have sympathy with this because I do think that the system is actually set up for when we used to have thirds and elections in thirds, so there'd be sort of an election every year. And I think that was what was intended, and then we've sort of gone into this all-out. We're not the only council who've gone into that all-out sort of cycle. And I do think there is a lot of merit in this because, again, it goes back to that trust. At least then you're up front with what things are going to be ahead of the election. And that's why I will support amendment. I think it will now have to become C rather than D. But apart from that slight letter change, Chair, it's only because C's fallen. So we have a new C. Thank you. I don't think that it would do anyone in this chamber any harm to show that bit of appreciation to residents who put us here.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak on this amendment? In which case I can invite Councillor Richard Williams to close, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I will be brief, but if I could just at the start say it's disappointing about the first vote, but I would still hope maybe the leadership might think of their own way of publicising this, because I really think it would help everyone in this chamber, as Councillor Hart said, that it was more widely known. I don't think, as I say, allowances are excessive. In the spirit of being cross-party about it, I think the leader's allowance is particularly modest, actually, given the work that the leader does. So I think that there is scope for making that clearer. In terms of this amendment, obviously I'm speaking in support. I think it would be very sensible in the interests of transparency that given that we're so close to an election now, that we do let an election intervene. We are mostly, I think we're 3/4 of the way through the current financial year. There seems little point backdating a pay rise to April. We're very close to an election, and I absolutely agree that it would be appropriate in these circumstances to delay the rise until the new council is elected in May 2026.
Thank you. Unless anyone else wishes to speak, I think we can move to a recorded vote, please. Again, it'll be green to vote for the amendment, red to vote against, yellow to abstain.
We're missing 2 votes, Chair. Do you want to...
Yeah, there's obviously one abstention, but if you can find the other 2. Okay. Thank you. So there are 8 votes for the amendment, 19 against and 1 abstention, so the amendment falls. At this point, I think we can move back to the substantive, I call it motion, but it's actually a report. Who would like to speak on the substantive, unamended report? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. I think we're back to where I was in the list before we had the amendments, Chair, and I say I don't think it would have done any harm to let those through, so that is a shame. But being completely upfront about my views, I don't think we should be having this conversation. It's as simple as that. We have it that you know, Parliament with the MPs' salaries is dealt with. It's a very difficult situation to put. We do have concerns about sort of accessibility for people. Most of us are able to sit here because we have not just necessarily the financial support of somebody else, but caring support for dependents and other things. So I think when we look at how we remunerate people it is still a voluntary role. That's why it's an allowance, not a wage. And we know there is a lot of cost to being a councillor. I know we've sort of got some expenses in there, but I don't feel that it's right for us to, in this current climate, this current time, increase our allowances. I have sympathies for the reasons that sort of in the previous amendments were given, and I think it should be very much dealt with away from, and then it would be consistent across the country as well, and it would, we'd perhaps see some progress, maybe have the LGA or maybe have to declare an interest in LGAP, and I've said that, but have something set. And I think there is some cross-party sort of support for that as well, but we're looking at what's coming in now. We know that there's sort of changes in relation to council pensions and things like that, so I think better that all of us lay out what we would do in relation to council allowances ahead of the election and deal with it after that.
Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith, please.
Thank you very much. So I completely agree with Councillor Williams that it's a ludicrous situation that councils in this country decide their own remuneration. In France, it's done by a formula, and the formula is based on the number of people that you represent. So, the formula is created, everybody signs up to it, and the formula dictates it. No government yet has had the guts to sort this mess out. Hopefully one will come along one day that does tackle this, because it is grossly unfair. And, the impact of it is that there is a staggering lack of diversity in most council chambers in terms of age, economic background, and everything else. So, if we want to have council chambers that actually are representative of the people that they serve, there's got to be proper remuneration, and we've got to stop this ludicrous situation. The sad fact is that most people think we're salaried. when I tell people, I imagine it's the same for most of you in the room, when you tell people you get an allowance, when you tell them well, it's a paltry allowance, they're really surprised. So people don't realise, you know, this is public service. When we move into being unitary councils, I think we're moving into a different ball game altogether, because as you know, those people who are dual hatters, who have been dual hatters in the past and dual hatters now, know, you know, this suddenly becomes a much bigger job. And the discussions we've had at the Local Government Association, at the DCN in particular, is that this does become a profession. And you know, we're very lucky in this council that we have a lot of people who work, you know, who are still in employment, quite a lot of whom are self-employed, and you know, who aren't retired. You know, it's really challenging for them. Whether people like that will be able to take on the responsibility of being councillors in the new independent, I really don't know, but it's definitely going to have a detrimental effect on the diversity in councils. I thank Councillor Richard Williams for pointing out that from our SIPFA nearest neighbours, I as leader here receive less than anybody else. Just around about 13,500 to be leader. The top one, I think, is South Oxfordshire, 29,000. I'm moving to South Oxfordshire. You know, I mean, that's ridiculous. That's more than double. So these anomalies are absurd. Leader of the opposition actually compares rather better. But actually, for our basic allowance, actually, you know, but not a whole lot. No, but for the comparators as well. But again, it is paltry. You know, this is a heck of a lot of work. On the openness and transparency, this is a public meeting. It's on our website. It will be in our public reports. I think it's a real shame that this issue ends up being demonised, because what it does is it casts, you know, all of us, public servants, doing our best for our communities, it casts us in a bad, you know, it's an attempt to cast us in a bad light, when actually what many of us are doing are giving up our lives for public service, for very, very little monetary reward. And I think it's just a real shame that this debate, we keep having this debate, and it's kind of the same debate every time. So, you know, I think we all deserve the money we get, the expenses we get. I think we deserve a whole lot more. But in the interim, I would encourage everybody to approve what the Independent Remuneration Panel has decided on, and let's hope that come the new Unitary Council, it is all much fairer.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Okay, I wasn't expecting you to call me quite so quickly. Just to sort of make a few observations on that, really. I mean, I do agree with a lot of what the leader has said, but I would just say I think the way to counter that negativity that you've described is to be open, and I don't see what harm a press release would have done, to be honest with you. I really don't. So there was an obvious way, if the leader, and I accept the leader's feelings on that are genuine, but there is an easy way to counter that. It's just put the press release out, which I don't think actually is going to harm anyone, and actually would do a lot of good to counteract some of that negativity that is out there anyway. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to Bren Cohn, Councillor Cohn?
Sorry, Chair, I'll just be very brief. I accept a lot of things that the leader has said. I just really wanted to also say that there are probably, in her reference to working councillors, there probably are things that we could do as a council locally to help people that have a daytime job, essentially, around, there are a number of things, but around meeting times and childcare and various other things, but probably those are the things that are most important to me about, or would most help me in the future to be a councillor. But I just wanted to pick up on that point.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, I think you've already spoken on the substantive.
I was just going to, the leader reference and sort of the allowance that the leader of the opposition gets. I just wanted to flag that it is in South Cambridgeshire the lowest in Cambridgeshire. Do you know what I mean? She sort of suggested that it's out of kilter, and I thank her for the campaigning she did as leader of the opposition, because I know it's not changed since I've been it, so it must have changed under her watch, perhaps. But for me, that is the basic allowance. If we want more people in, it's not the SRAs, it's the basic allowance to give people the time, and I just wanted us to focus on that.
Thank you. I don't see any more. Oh, Councillor Lenthal.
Thank you, Chair. Do the people who volunteer their time in other ways to make our society run, do they get pay and remuneration direct out of the public purse? Do the people who coach our kids' sports teams or volunteer their time at the hospices or with the Royal British Legion, they don't get paid more to volunteer their time? This is not the only form of voluntary work available. It is the only form of voluntary work where we get to decide how much we're remunerated for. It's the only one where we get to vote not to tell anybody and to have it come into immediate, backdated effect, which is not a small amount of money. It's a couple of £100 a pop. I won't take these pay rises. They are pay rises. I won't take pay rises. They go to charities in Over and Willingham. Not the most financially sensible thing I could do, but I have a moral problem with this. It is wrong to take money out of the public purse, put it into our own party coffers to run campaigns, put it into our own pockets to do whatever. Volunteers are what make our society happen. They're the people who show people around our museums. They're the people who get our, older folks and younger folks to school and to hospital and all the things. The people who make Addenbrooke's Charitable Trust happen and Red Nose Day and Pudsey the Bear. They're all volunteers. And this idea that councillors volunteering their time are a special breed apart is just one that does not fly with me even a little bit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sally-Ann Hart, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment on that term volunteer. I was taken to task by the CEO of Capalc when I first became a parish councillor, and I mentioned providing my service voluntarily, and I was rapped on the knuckles and told I wasn't a volunteer, I was an elected representative. And I think as part of that role, we have responsibilities, not saying that volunteers don't have responsibilities, but in terms of being held to account for what we say we're going to do and whether we do it is something totally different. We are all elected representatives by our communities. We're not volunteers.
Thank you. Councillor Milnes?
Councillor Sally-Ann Hart has expressed exactly what I was going to. So, other than repeat it as strongly as I can, we are the representatives of the people in the same way that MPs are. And they, fortunately, under Maggie Thatcher, she was a former leader of the, I know you won't remember, but she put in...
I think I was just about born, Deputy Leader.
So she arranged a mechanism by the MPs get their salaries done by an independent body, and that's really the way that I think most of us feel that we should go. So, on an individual issue, absolutely.
Thank you. Are there any other requests to speak? Councillor Brownham? No. In which case, Councillor Warren Green.
Just very briefly, I just want to reiterate what Sally-Ann said, but also in terms of taking this allowance, I will fully be taking it. I'm a sole breadwinner mother. I have been for 14 years. I was asked to be a councillor 3 times before I was in a position to be one. And I feel that I'm representative of that whole diversity and inclusion of people that usually can't afford to be a councillor. But I got to the point where my children got to late teens, young adults, and I decided I've got a lot of work experience, I've got a worldly experience, and I can really relate to a lot of my residents for lots of different reasons from my personal experience. And I just wanted to bring that into the room, because I think if we do want to attract more councillors from different backgrounds who can't afford to give their allowances to charities, and do actually also volunteer for charities, because most of us do. I've also volunteered for charities and I do this. I want to put myself out there as somebody the residents can come to talk to if they're considering being a councillor, can talk to about the allowance, could talk to how you can make it work. Because I want to draw more people into this arena. And I don't want to see in this arena just people that can afford to take that allowance and give it to charity. That's the point I wanted to make.
Thank you. Are there any other requests to speak on this report? In which case, I don't see any hands. Councillor Henry Batchelor, would you like to close up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So obviously we're asked to do this every single year. Every single year we always have the same debate in this chamber about it. And I think whatever the outcome of the decision is, someone will be unhappy somewhere. You know, there are people that think councillors aren't paid enough. There are some people who think councillors shouldn't be paid anything. Some people just disagree with increasing the amount councillors are paid. So no matter what we decide, someone will be unhappy. And, you know, we as councillors have the unenviable position of having to make that decision every single year, year on year on year on year. And many people have said that in the room today, so I can wholeheartedly concur with that. So obviously we have to make the decision based on what we think is fair. So obviously going to an independent panel, which we have done, and asking them what they think is the right thing to do, to me seems like the most fair way of going about that process. I think a lot of us have agreed that we don't really want to go through the process, but having an independent panel give us their advice based on external criteria, based on benchmarking, seems to me to be the fairest way to do that. So we're in the position that we're in. We have to make the decision. So I'm more than happy to support the recommendation that we agree what the independent remuneration panel recommend to us. So yeah, that's why I'm happy to support this recommendation today, Chair.
Thank you. At this point, I think we can move to a recorded vote on the recommendations in the report, please. Okay, this time it's green to vote in favour of the recommendations, red to vote against, and yellow to abstain. Thank you. 20 votes in favour of the recommendations, 6 against. The recommendations in the report are carried. Thank you. Item 9 in the agenda is the quarterly report on the use of special urgency procedure and the waiver of call-in. The report is just for noting, but I will ask the leader if she wishes to speak on this item.
Thank you very much, Chair. Both the items that used the use of waiver of call-in had been to scrutiny previously. The waiver of call-in was agreed with the Chair of Scrutiny and Overview as well.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on this item? I see no hands, therefore the report is noted. Item 10 shares the decision summaries we have received from the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority. Do our representatives on the Combined Authority have any comments they wish to make?
I don't know if any colleagues do.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question which is probably for the leader, because I think it was a board decision. A lot actually wasn't in the MTFS is about growth and relying on, filling gaps with growth. But when I looked up, when it came to the local growth plan, the leader of the council, I think, was the only person to abstain and not support the perhaps that's an error on the website, I don't know. But maybe the leader could explain, because obviously growth in our area is very important. It seemed to be like a non-political issue. Lib Dem, Labour, Conservatives supported it. So I wondered what it was.
Leader?
Thank you very much indeed. I abstained on voting for the local growth plan, because the Mayor categorically refused to remove specific reference to light rail for Greater Cambridge, and I thought that put us at considerable risk. The Cambridge Growth Company have commissioned with DFT a study on active travel, and that is a mode blind study, so looking at all options. If the Mayor had agreed to reference active travel measures or to take out the specific reference to light rail, then I would have been very willing to vote for it. But I felt this put us and our local plan at risk. It was a real shame. And I did try hard, both outside of the meeting and within the meeting, to persuade him that just removing 2 words would mean that we could support the growth plan.
Chair, so can I clarify, is the leader at these meetings and therefore this council opposed to light rail? Because from what we've read in the local growth plan, that was one of the options to have that sort of high speed. So it was listed, but there were other possibilities. So is it because the leader is opposed to light rail?
Leader?
I'm not opposed to light rail, but similarly I'm not opposed to any other rapid mass transport solution that can be independently shown to be effective for our area. But the Mayor is wedded to light rail over and above everything else, so it seems, and therefore I felt that was unwise and not in our best interest. So, we await the study that's being done by the Cambridge Growth Company to demonstrate what is the right solution for us, and that right solution may well be light rail, but it might be something else.
So, Chair, if I just to make sure, because I think this is an important issue, and obviously the Mayor does have was elected with a mandate and didn't hide away the fact that he supported light rail. But so it included the word that it was options to do with high-speed rapid transport, including light rail, and the leader abstained, but all the other local authority areas. Did Cambridge City support it?
They did, yeah.
Councillor Bigot, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So we've spoken several times during this meeting about public accountability, and as Councillor Heather Williams said, light rail was in the election manifesto of the Mayor, and is the leader saying that she doesn't respect the right of the people to elect a politician on a platform of building light rail if she personally disagrees with it? Thank you.
Leader?
So it was the Mayor's manifesto, it wasn't my manifesto. I, accept that the Mayor is determined to stick with delivering his manifesto, but it doesn't mean I have to like it, and it doesn't mean I have to support it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for our representatives on the combined authority? Councillor Lentel, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do think it's shocking that the leader would be opposing the manifesto of the elected mayor on an issue that has resonated with so many voters. Light rail is the only thing that's going to deliver the real active travel that we all want to see. My question, on the other hand, is about a letter that the mayor sent on the 27th of November to Stephen Kelly about the modal bus filter on Coldham's Lane. This has the impact, this bus gate on Coldham's Lane will have real impact in South Cambridgeshire. Has the letter been received? What will the response be? Will we get a report of what? It's pretty unusual to have the mayor writing so abruptly to an officer. Thank you.
So, I believe Coldham's Lane is within Cambridge City. The leader is welcome to speak.
It's a vital travel hub route for many people, residents of mine in South Cambridgeshire. So it has real impact on our residents, and how are we representing our views, as on light rail apparently, quite uniquely.
Leader, do you wish to respond?
So it's a case, as you quite rightly pointed out, it's a city issue. I'm quite prepared to see if we can provide a written answer on it, but I don't know what the answer is.
Thank you, that's what I wanted.
Thank you. Any other questions for Combined Authority? In which case, the item is noted. Thank you. We move on to item 11, which is reports and decision summaries from the Greater Cambridge Partnership. Do our representatives on the GCP have any comments they wish to make? Councillor Mills?
Yeah, thank you. There's a report in the pack which describes some of the things that we've done, but I'd like to add to that, if I may, Chair. You spoke earlier of various awards we'd won, and I'm pleased to say that the GCP, in relation to the Milton Road scheme, which has celebrated its first birthday recently, has won an award for the GCP from the City Transport and Traffic Innovation Awards. That's all I'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I was unaware of that award. Congratulations, GCP. Are there any questions for our representative on the GCP? Councillor Heather Williams?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I do believe a while ago we did ask about looking around some of the governance structures in relation to substitutes. I raised that because I had COVID at the time of the last joint assembly meeting, so I'm pretty sure everyone was happy that I didn't attend with that. But there aren't those substitute arrangements in place, so there was an agreement that there was going to be sort of looking at that and whether we could bring the debate, not hate, through the GCP. So if we've got an update on where things are at there, because I have to say it can be a very toxic environment, at least on the Assembly at times. The other thing is greenways is a big focus at the moment, and I think it's a really difficult one, greenways, because there's a lot of us are supportive of the principle, but some of the routes just aren't working for local residents. And I'm just asking, is the board prepared to be more flexible when it comes to route alignment and also to making it more accessible when it comes, particularly we have issues where quite often we use Stretch the Bridle Way as a greenway, well then of course that takes away for equestrians and what have you. So how was on the board, because I know what it's like on the Assembly, and it's a bit of a bloodbath to be quite frank, but when it comes to the board, are there any sort of those communications going on to make sure things like the Grantchester, for example, we've got the Bork Path that was being looked at again, can we try and make it work for everybody? Because it seems ridiculous that on these schemes where there's so much public support, there's so much cross-party support, it's because people put blinkers on and just refuse to deviate a little bit and work collaboratively, we end up stuck in these problems, and indeed I think the leader ended up sort of in legal cases and everything else. So is there a way forward, Chair?
Thank you. Two questions for you there, I think, Councillor Mills.
Well, I want to address this suggestion that we're misrepresenting the public. And in all of these schemes that you've just mentioned, there are different arguments on, for example, Grantchester you mentioned, and clearly you've had a JR from Grantchester Parish Council, which was dismissed, but that wasn't an ideal situation. It wasn't something that the board was particularly happy with, but had to see it through. So we do take careful deliberation of all the views, consistently, whether it be the landowners and negotiating with them. The whole process is very carefully done and taking as many views as from the public as we can. Sorry, I might have missed that one.
It was progress in relation to substitute arrangements and the debate, not hate, to try and make it a less toxic culture, at least at the Assembly, would be nice.
Actually, I don't recognise the toxic culture. The Assembly.
That's because you're not sitting where I'm sitting.
I watch them with the benefit of YouTube at 1.5 times, so just to condense them a little bit. But I do take account of that, as the other board members do. It's a very important part of that function. The Assembly is the scrutiny process, as you're fully aware. I must pick up on your substitutes issue and see if we can resolve that if it's a problem. I haven't seen it as a problem up till now, but as you've reminded me to do so, I will.
Chair, if I can, and we all look through things from our own eyes, but yeah, it is toxic if you don't agree with certain people, or you might not want to follow the status quo. And also, I know, and I won't list them because that would be unfair, but I know of other women that do not want to engage with the GCP or indeed sit on it because of the toxic culture. The fact that at one point I was reduced to being an extension of my husband in the meeting. Now, women have had independent taxation since the 90s. I do believe we'd moved on. So I'm afraid if you're not seeing it, I'd love to sit down and look at those meetings and say, as somebody sat there in that chamber, and the way that people are spoken to, certain people, particularly female people, is getting beyond the pale, and we are going to lose good people if that doesn't get resolved promptly.
Thank you. I don't think this is something Councillor Milnes can resolve on his own, but I'm sure he'll take the comments on board.
Williams has said, and we'll address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the GCP representative? If not, the item is noted. We move on to item 12, the standing item on the Cambridge Growth Company. I invite the Leader of the Council to speak on this item, Councillor Smith.
No, paper as presented. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have comments or questions? Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it was in the last council I asked a question about water and the process, and thank you very much to the Chief Executive for the answer that she sent me. Looking at the Minister's statement following his visit, I noticed there is no mention at all of water credits. There is just a slightly euphemistic reference to innovative solutions, to trial innovative water interventions, but no mention of water credits. Now that's important because it was on the basis of the ministerial statement of water credits that members who sit on planning committees were instructed that the ministerial statement was a material consideration, and that was the key thing that unlocked a lot of the planning applications that were stuck because of the objections of the Environmental Agency. I would note that the Minister's statement also seems to claim that it's the Cambridge Growth Company that's unlocked all of these developments. Well, that's absolute nonsense. It's got nothing to do with the Cambridge Growth Company. Those things were unlocked because we were told we had to give material weight to the ministerial statement, which was made actually by Michael Gove. It was nothing to do with the Cambridge Growth Company at all. And in a sense, that is indicative of what's going on here. It's just press release after press release, making these overinflated claims, whilst on the ground absolutely nothing is happening. There is nothing happening on the water retrofitting policy. At least when I was given the answer in October, we were about to advertise for a contractor. That's 18 months after these interventions were announced. We've just advertised for a contractor. Not a single litre of water has been saved. There is nothing about water credits at all, and it's not even mentioned in this statement. So I would say to the leader, does the leader think that the time has come maybe where, with her office and her power, in a sense, as the leader of the district council, that we start to speak up more vocally and say this is not acceptable. There is no credible solution on water, and we all know that if they want to build 150,000 houses, they need to build 3 more reservoirs. We all know that. There's no amount of, fancy devices and press releases get around that fact. So has the time come, I think, now for the district to speak up more loudly and more forcefully and say this is not a credible plan, and until a credible plan comes forward on water, actually, we're not going to go along with this agenda anymore.
Thank you. Leader?
Thank you. So I share your concern about the snail's pace at which this has all been going. You know, we should be, you know, where we are now is actually where we should have been a year ago. We should have, you know, we should be far further on with it. My understanding is that it's MHCLG who are leading the work on water credits. So it's not really something I'd expect a minister to pick up on, because you know, when Matthew Pennycock and Lord Vallance came, you know, their focus was on growth holistically. I do have a lot of confidence in Paul Leinster, who leads the Water Scarcity Group. I think he was appointed by Mr. Gove, actually, originally, wasn't he? And survived the change of government, which was a very sensible decision. So I have, and he at one time I think was head of the Environment Agency. So you know, he's a man who knows his way around the bureaucracy of government. So I have a lot of confidence in him. Yeah, progress is really slow, and it's really frustrating. I should add, I have made that point in every flipping meeting I've sat in.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on the Cambridge Growth Company? Okay, I see no hands, so Council has noted this report. We move on to item 13, which is the standing item to update Council on the membership of committees and outside bodies. Leader, I think you've got one change to confirm.
I have, thank you very much. I'd like to confirm that Councillor Susan van der Ven has been added as a substitute member to the Grants Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, any changes with your group? No changes with the opposition. Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is questions, which will keep us busy for 30 minutes. Do members wish to take a quick comfort break now, or shall we plough on? Comfort break? I hear votes for comfort break, so take 10 minutes, then we'll resume with questions. Thank you. This full council meeting is now back in session. Please resume your seats. We move on to item 14, questions from councillors. I remind everyone that a period of 30 minutes is available for questions when notice has been provided, as set out on the agenda. I will remind members that if a member is not present to ask their question, or if we run out of time, those questions will be responded to in writing, unless a member asks to roll their question over to the next meeting. And you're probably all aware by now that you can either read out your question in full or just say, as on the order paper, to save a little time. So, first question is from Councillor Dan Antel. Councillor Antel, please.
Thank you, Chair, as written.
So, Chair, if I may respond.
Councillor Milnes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So just to actually repeat the question, can the leader demonstrate that Visit South Cambridgeshire is providing value for money for residents? Well, this is a website that was funded by the European Regional Development. Funding was launched in September 2021 with COVID recovery for residents and to support retail, leisure and hospitality businesses in our rural communities. So it was originally designed, built and hosted for the first 2 years through a procured partner, and then since summer of 2024, the website has been hosted and further developed internally by the council's website team, which has led to a reduction in hosting and website development costs. And as this is subsumed into the general work of the team, we don't record individual costs in the way that we could for dedicated projects. So it's currently attracting over 4,000 visits per month, with 75% of those from the UK. And the site supports and promotes 345 local venues and has seen increasing numbers of local events listed for residents to attend, with a peak of 188 local events listed earlier this year. Many of these events are organised by residents for their communities. We should take into account that the combined authority is currently in the process of establishing a local visitor economy partnership along with all councils, so this website would provide a basis for extending that scheme into that scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes. Councillor Lentel, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Denny Abbey, the Imperial War Museum at Duxford and the Wimpole Estate are the three beneficiaries of the Mayor's Day Out programme, which has been, which I think is this week. The applications are being awarded. That's from schools that are looking to help with the cost of visiting sites like Denny Abbey, Imperial War Museum and Wimpole Estate. What additional things can South Cambridgeshire, Visit South Cambridgeshire be doing to support these three flagship centres for culture and excellence? Thank you.
I'd have to say reference to that to answer that specifically, but clearly the website that you've asked about is able to direct traffic to other partners that are doing such events. So it's part and parcel of what I'd expect to find on that site.
Thank you. Question B, Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. As on the agenda.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. So the video that we made with the City Council to promote our engagement exercise about local government reorganisation was created by our own comms team. The filming and editing was carried out by a member of the City Council team, so we didn't spend any money on promoting the video.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, do you have a supplementary question?
Would the leader agree with me that it would be unlawful for anyone in the authority to authorise spending to promote a policy that has not been adopted as council policy? And the spending to promote option B didn't just end with the video. there were the events that were referenced in the video. That one which took place in Cambridge City, and they took place elsewhere. So what spending was incurred in relation to those events?
Councillor Smith.
So I'm not, South Cambridgeshire have not spent any money. We have not incurred any expenses.
Thank you. Councillor Waters, I think, has left, so she'll get a written answer. Go ahead.
Point of information, in regards to calculating costs, there is cost to officer time which should be implemented in any business plan and any costing arrangements. It's not simply an overhead. So the leader saying there is no cost is factually incorrect, as officers, unless they were doing it voluntarily, if it was part of their job that they were being paid to do, that is a taxpayer expense.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, your question is next.
As on the agenda, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Sorry. So we keep a very close eye on our performance, and put simply, the 4-day week has, and it still is, having a very positive impact. You'll have seen what my views on the contents of the Minister's letter were, attached in the papers for our full debate at the Extraordinary Council meeting on the 17th of November. They've not changed since. I think the recent award of the Planning Authority of the Year award is tantamount to the success of the 4-day week. It would not have been imaginable prior to moving to a 4-day week that we could win such a nationally significant award.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Chair. In response to the leader's reply, very much that I'm sure we're the only council doing a 4-day week for 5 days pay, and other authorities have managed to win that award. So I do wonder what she thinks they're doing differently to us. When it comes to the residents' responses, they have been clear that they do not believe that their experience has improved since the start of the 4-day week, mainly maybe because you sort of become quite arm's length and cold, and it's become much more sort of form-filling exercises rather than dealing with people. But if the residents aren't happy, they think it's been a negative. Not one area do they think it was improved. Does the leader think that residents are wrong for feeling the way they do, as well as she believes that the minister is wrong?
Councillor Smith.
So let's just think about, how unhappy are our residents with this? So since we embarked on our trial, we have elected 3 Liberal Democrat MPs. Liberal Democrats have taken control of the county council. Residents are not voting against us. They are voting for us. They're certainly not voting for the Conservatives, who are obviously a party about to disappear into complete oblivion. So the residents vote at the ballot box, and they will vote at the ballot box again in May, and we will see.
And point of information, in local elections, Liberal Democrat councillors and candidates were saying how they opposed the 4-day week at the county council. I can send you to the residents that they spoke to and said that, because they were very confused, Chair. So perhaps the leader might want to get those candidates in line.
Thank you. I didn't hear a supplementary there. Councillor Bhattacharya, your question is next, please.
Thank you. My question is on the agenda item.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Batchelor, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, happy to answer this one. So, in short, yes, the District Council has secured over £6.5 million worth of funding for indoor leisure / swimming facilities in Camborne. Unfortunately, that money only comes to Camborne once a certain number of houses has been built. It's anticipated that number will be built next year at some point. So as soon as that trigger point is hit, the town council will be in receipt of the money, at which point the town council can then go about buying a swimming pool essentially and building one. So yes, it is coming the money's coming next year, but obviously it's the town council that will need to use the money to build a swimming pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bhattacharya, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes in some other meetings, we are actually getting another notification that this swimming pool might be compromised with some dancing floor. Can you please suggest anything, any comment on that? That is it a true version of statement, or it is just a fake news?
So the case is there's over £6.5 million worth of funding from Section 106 payments through housing development that is allocated for indoor leisure, which can include swimming. And obviously that money goes to the town council to choose how they spend it. So whether the town council want to use that money to build a swimming pool or a dance hall or whatever it might be, it's obviously a local decision as to how that money is spent.
Thank you. Next question is Councillor Graham Cohn, please.
Thank you, Chair. It says on the papers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cohn. So the government's decision not to fund the relocation of the waterworks doesn't mean that some development at North East Cambridge cannot still go ahead in some form. So I believe there's been discussions with landowners. They've continued since that decision. And so whilst it's clear that elements of the project, notably the significant number of new homes, are not deliverable anymore, with the wastewater treatment works staying where they are, the existing landowners remain optimistic about the potential for the area, and we're looking into ways that North East Cambridge could thrive in future, even with the water treatment plant still in situ. The draft local plan does make clear that we need to do further work on this, and we're really interested to hear local views on this through the formal consultation stage.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Cohn, do you have a supplementary question?
I don't, just to thank the leader for her answer.
Thank you. Next question would be Councillor Helen Leeming, please.
Thank you, Chair. A few days after full council, South Cambridgeshire Christmas Market will be held. This, in the past, has been a huge success with the support of the District Council. How will the Council be helping this year's edition?
Councillor Milnes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm pleased to receive the question because, as you've pointed out, it's been a huge success over the last 4 years that this council has supported the Christmas market. It's coming up on Sunday the 7th, I believe, so a few days' time. Everybody will be welcome, but if it's a bit of a crush, don't be surprised, because it's very well subscribed to in terms of stalls to stand. Councillor Leeming pointed out that East West Rail and the Planning Service will both be in attendance this year, so if anybody's got questions about that, they'll be able to speak to them directly. The number of traders and residents, 100 traders, offering a diverse range of goods and services. Between 1,000 and 1,500 local residents have attended, and it's estimated that there's tens of thousands of pounds in total revenue directly, but of course indirect income will be also attributable to the fair. So thank you to everybody that is involved in organising this, and may it be a really great success, and we can report back likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeming, do you have a supplementary question?
No supplementary, thank you.
Thank you. Next question is from Councillor Anna Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. In November, the Cabinet decided to put in place a public space protection order for Milton Park and Ride, and I wanted to ask, how might public space protection orders be used elsewhere in the district to tackle similar problems to those seen at Milton?
Councillor Warren Green, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor Bradnam. Public spaces protection orders are a flexible tool under the Anti-Social Behaviour, Crime and Policing Act 2014 that allow councils to address persistent behaviours in public spaces that have a detrimental impact on the quality of life for our local communities. So it's a really useful question because a lot of parish councils and residents ask, how are we tackling antisocial behaviour? So the decision to implement a PSPO at Milton Park and Ride reflects the effectiveness in tackling it, for context, and it is addressing antisocial behaviour as well as environmental nuisance. To get that PSPO, the council received 65 complaints over the last 2 years from residents, police and local community safety groups. And I want to make that point before I directly answer the question, because we are really trying to encourage people to report antisocial behaviour in order to get to the point where they can get a PSPO if it's going to be useful to that local community, and that is what prompted formal action in Milton. So elsewhere in the district, PSPOs can be used to address similar problems where evidence shows that activities are persistent, unreasonable and harmful to community well-being. So some examples, and this isn't an exhaustive list, but some examples can be restrictions on street drinking, aggressive begging, anti-social use of e-scooters and bikes, and helping maintain safe and welcoming spaces. Another measure could be to control dog fouling, requiring dogs to be on leads, for instance, orders to prevent vehicle-related antisocial behaviour, such as car meets that seem to be building in popularity. And PSPOs can deter behaviours such as overnight camping, littering and drug-related activity. So, when considering a BSPO, it's essential that they're evidence-based, which is why the reporting is really, really important. And they need to focus on specific behaviours rather than groups of people. And enforcement must be clear and fair in order to get that BSPO through all these other, to address all these other things as well. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Councillor Warren Green. Councillor Bradnam, do you have a supplementary question? Go ahead.
I just hoped that, given that getting the public spaces protection order is quite an onerous responsibility in reporting, and so I just wanted to ask that the learnings from Milton Park and Ride PSPO will be used to inform the design of the proposed new park and ride wherever we have them, but particularly at the Stoke-on-Quay roundabout, for example, on Newmarket Road, because simple things like strategic positioning of plantings can make it impossible to do the kind of antisocial driving that has been the cause of such a lot of problems at Milton Park and Ride. So I think if we can put in a request that we be mindful of that in the design of new park and ride sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren Green, any comments?
I think, that's a really good point, well made, and one that we definitely need to take away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is from Councillor Sally-Ann Hart, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Council and the County Council have recently worked together on a project to increase the uptake of free school meals. Could the lead Cabinet member provide an update on this project, please?
Councillor Henry Butler, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. So SCDC recently delivered a highly successful joint campaign with the County Council to increase the uptake of free school meals for children, specifically in South Cambridgeshire. Using our low-income family tracker, or LIFT software, we were able to identify households likely to be eligible for free school meals, and thanks to a pioneering data sharing agreement, we were able to share this information with the County Council, who confirmed their eligibility. We understand we are one of the first two-tier council areas in the country to have such an agreement. Households that were identified as eligible and not claiming free school meals were contacted to encourage them to apply, and I'm pleased to be able to share with you that because of this campaign, there are now 81 extra children receiving free school meals in this district, with these meals worth more than £314,000 to families over the lifetime of their claim. Schools attended by these children will also receive more than £1 million in additional government funding, aimed at improving educational outcomes for disadvantaged pupils. This campaign is something we have wanted to do for a long time, And we're delighted to have used LIFT yet again to secure vital support for families who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart, do you have a supplementary question?
No, just a comment really on how powerful LIFT is and how we can share what it does with our parish council, so we can hopefully identify more families who may be more likely to come and talk with local support networks about their needs. So thank you.
Thank you. Next question is Councillor Eileen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. How many bins did we collect in 2024-25 compared to 2017-2018? And how many bins were missed in each of those years?
Thank you. Councillor Warren Green, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. Always welcome questions on bins because it's one thing that comes up a lot in casework. I've got some long numbers here, so I'm just going to make sure I get them right. In 2024-25, the most recent full year, we collected 9,341,139 bins. In the same year, we missed 10,762 bins. So the success rate was 99.88%. By comparison, which is what the question asked for, in 2017-18, the last year the Conservatives ran the council, despite collecting 7,967,000 bins, there was approximately 1.4 million fewer bins than we do now. There were 52,935 bins missed. That means the rate of missed bins per 100,000 properties was over 5 times higher under the Conservatives than under the Lib Dems. In fact, at no point during the last 7 years, even during COVID, had the missed bins rate been as high as it was in 2017-18. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, do you have a supplementary question?
I'd just like to thank Councillor for that response, and that does explain the absence of complaints about non-collection of bins from my casework. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is Councillor Bill Handley, please. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So, yeah, the Tiger Pass has been really successful. And it's particularly important for young people in South Cambridgeshire. I think over 35%, I think, of the Tiger Passes are allocated to young people in South Cambridgeshire. The issue, of course, is you've got to have buses in order to use it, but that's another debate. So we know that it's been transformative for children and young people across the whole county. Allows them to get to education, to get to work, to get to their training. And I've made it very, very clear at all formal and informal meetings of the Combined Authority that I don't want to see any reduction in either the age range that are eligible for it or to reduce the times in which it can be used. It can't just be term time, that's a bus pass. And this is something different. It's got to allow young people to access leisure as well. So a lot of time when we talk about rural isolation, we miss out talking about young people in our villages who, thanks to the Tiger Pass, are now better able to get to places with other young people, as long as there are buses. I think if the Combined Authority were to cut the Tiger Pass in the ways that have been put forward in the papers at the Transport Committee, and at the same time throwing public money at free parking schemes in, I think, Peterborough and Huntingdonshire is what's proposed, I think would be a complete betrayal of young people across Cambridgeshire and quite disgraceful.
Thank you. Councillor Hanley, do you have a supplementary question? No supplementary. Thank you. Next question, Councillor Corin Garvey, please.
Given the massive difficulties other councils are experiencing, sorry, my screen just went blank, balancing their budgets following years of neglect by central government, should the lead cabinet minister be able to outline our prospects ahead of the upcoming budget for 2026 and 2027?
Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you. In place of Councillor Williams. So we've really covered a lot of this in our earlier discussions about the MTFS. So yes, it is a challenging landscape facing all councils across the country, but as was evidenced in the MTFS, South Cambridgeshire remains in a strong position as we look to 26-27 budget and demonstrated over £3 million surplus. The MTFS demonstrates that through careful planning, disciplined budgeting, proactive investment decisions, we continue to project a positive net resource position both this year and next. This is not the norm nationally, but it reflects years of prudent financial management under the Liberal Democrats, a diverse income base and our commitment to delivering efficiencies without compromising frontline services.
Thank you. Councillor Garvey, do you have a supplementary question? No supplementary? Okay, we can move on to the final question. Councillor James Hobro, please.
Thank you, Chair. The government has confirmed plans to get rid of police and crime commissioners in England and Wales. What impact does the leader think this will have for our residents?
Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you. Gosh, we got them all in half an hour. Well done. The Police and Crime Commissioner idea has never worked. It's been an abject failure. Few people knew who the Commissioner was or what they did, and all the system achieved was to create the false impression that the police had come under political control, and they actually cost a heck of a lot of money. I remember one of them, I will not name them, who apparently, this is anecdotal, didn't like going to meetings, so actually had 2 deputies who were allocated to go to all the meetings, and goodness only knows what the cost of that was. So transferring police and crime commissioners' powers to remote mayors actually also fills me with some horror. I think mayors already have too much power, and they have precious little knowledge of the county outside of, well, ours has precious little knowledge of the county outside Peterborough, which doesn't help, but actually no experience of police matters. It would be far better to consider a much more inclusive and locally based system of accountability. We did used to have the old police committees made up of councillors from across the county, together with local magistrates to whom the chief constable would be directly accountable. And that could be on a very local basis. It meant the police budgets were based on deep knowledge of what was happening in the criminal justice system in all parts of Cambridgeshire. Centralising more and more powers in one person is an unwelcome import from the USA, who we heard a bit about earlier, and will make policing even more remote and even more unaccountable. So I'm very pleased to see the back of police and crime commissioners. I am not so pleased to see what is going to replace them.
Thank you. Councillor Hobro, do you have a supplementary question?
No, just to say thank you for the answer.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of questions from members in 27 minutes. Press button. We now move on to item 15, motions. Members are reminded that a maximum period of 30 minutes is allowed for each motion to be moved, seconded and debated, and that includes dealing with any amendments. At the expiry of the 30-minute period, debate will stop immediately, and the mover of the original motion, or if the original motion has been amended, the mover of that amendment now forming the substantive motion, will have the right to reply before the motion or amendment is put to the vote. Okay, item 15A is a motion standing in the name of Councillor James Hobro. Councillor Hobro, would you please move your motion?
Thank you very much, Chair. We are very fortunate to be living in an era where modern healthcare gives us the best expectation we've ever had of good physical health. But modern life can take its toll in different ways today. The COVID pandemic brought many new challenges that relate to mental health. People found that their social lives were devastated, and some people never recovered from that. Our communities and support services took a severe hit from which we're still reeling. A generation of children had their education severely disrupted, with a huge impact on their mental health, and we will still be dealing with the consequences of this for many years to come. The pandemic also changed working patterns in a way that we still have not fully adjusted to. The more isolated environment of home working brings significant benefits, but also mental health challenges. The prominence of social media today adds significantly to these problems. Teenagers have always been under significant social stress. It's never been very easy to be a teenager, but this is now exaggerated by exposure to social media that makes bullying and shaming easier than it has ever been in the past. Our society, across the whole of society, is under continuous pressure from social media platforms designed to drag us into endless, futile and bitter arguments rather than bringing us together in constructive debate and cooperation. Mental Health England estimates that 1 in 4 adults will experience mental illness at some point in their lives. Suicide is now a leading cause of death in some age groups, especially among younger men. For years now, mental illness has been severely stigmatized, and this stifled our ability to discuss the issues openly and therefore to address them. Thankfully, this has now changed, and I believe the time is right to meet these challenges head on. A report from the Centre for Mental Health in 2024 concluded that the direct economic costs of mental ill health in England annually were £110 billion, which I think is second only to Brexit as a single issue annual cost to our economy. When the secondary costs and human costs are factored in, it becomes really clear that we cannot afford to avoid addressing these issues any longer. We have a responsibility to face up to these challenges at all levels of government. There are no easy solutions, but there are many opportunities to work to improve mental health in our communities. This Council's focus on supporting communities, on spaces for healthy living through good design, on improving community facilities and providing access to the natural environment is a really good start. Let's see what more we can do. The social and economic mental health challenges we face in our society today are huge. Let's meet them with a comprehensive strategy for improvement. I urge you to support the motion.
Thank you. Is this motion seconded? I see Councillor Sunita Hansraj. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I speak now.
You may speak now, please.
Thank you. Currently, mental health services are at breaking point. People with mental health issues are being failed by a system which cannot keep up. There are around 1.8 million people waiting for treatment, with high suicide rates and rising admission rates, all contributing to a system which is unable to cope. Last year, the BMA presented a mental health report which clearly showed that mental health care is under such pressure that doctors are unable to provide the care patients require. And this is due to lack of resources. There is a need to urgently invest in prevention and early intervention. Investment must reach the front line and deliver better outcomes for those who need it the most. The government must show it is serious in mental health care, in providing mental health care by provision of the funding necessary for those in need. I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on this motion? Councillor Drew, please.
One of the things that we, I think, try very hard to think about is the impact on young people of issues and problems in their life when they are young. And it is something that we talk about a lot. And I think as a society is something we do recognise, and we think very hard perhaps about healthy eating, and we think very hard about exercise, and we think very hard about a number of things. But it is clearly the case that we do not give sufficient consideration of the impact on young people of adverse childhood experiences. And we do not give sufficient focus on ensuring both of those are avoided and the consequences of them are dealt with. It is clearly the case that as a country we have endless and constant demands upon the budgets that we have available, and it is constantly the case that we are seeking to have funds provided for various different things. However, what is absolutely clear is that we, as the adults in society, have created a life experience for young people at this stage of the 21st century, which is more challenging and more damaging for them than has been the case for many decades. It is not a sensible thing to compare the experience of children today with the experience perhaps of children who have lived during wartime, for instance, or who have lived during child labour crises in the Industrial Revolution. But in the modern world, it is absolutely clear. We placed the mobile phones in the hands of these children. We did that. We are the generation and the generation above us who did that. We have created a high-stakes exam system where children aged 15 or 16 are told, if you do not get a grade 4 in English or maths, you will not only have to do your college course, but you will have to resit English and maths for a year. The pass rate for children taking GCSE maths and English as a resit at sixth form is 12%. So 88% of 16 and 17-year-olds who resit maths and English fail, and they fail again, and they fail again. We have created this situation for young people, and it is a genuine crisis for them. Parents need support, children need support. Anything that can be done to encourage governments to recognise the crisis that young people face is essential. And I absolutely support this motion and call upon councillor colleagues to recognise the reality of the world that our young people currently experience.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Drew. Councillor Bhattacharya, you wish to speak? Oh, okay. Sorry, Councillor Kern, you get next.
Me? Okay, thank you. Thank you to bring this matter of the mental health. You have discussed the mental health of the society, but in the but in this community and sociological parameters that you presented, you missed one point, the demography. The demographics is completely missing here. I support any kind of helping people, initiatives that help people, mental health particularly, but we should also look at the picture in a whole, as a whole picture. When you say our communities, do you include me? Do you include me in that society? I'm coming from a Hindu background. How many councillors of my colleagues sent me one Happy Diwali on my main celebration day? I didn't get any. I get, I think, one or two, but that is the inclusion. When you talk about the mental health, social well-being, inclusion, do you think about the demography as well? This is a very good conversation to start with, but the view is very, very narrow, a tunnel vision. Cambridgeshire is an extremely diverse place. This is a center of the industry, business, life science capital of Europe. A very large number of first generation professional communities live here. We also have a huge number, we have a very big number of the global population. Remember, they are the very first generation who does not have any relatives, no extended families, no long-term support system. But they are the economic immigrants who are contributing in this region. But when you talk about the community, society, you do not include them. Apart, so they can mix only with their work colleagues, where it might be in the industry or in the university. So any decision about mental health must recognize the demographics as well. Without this, we miss the lived reality of the thousands of residents in Cambridgeshire.
Thank you. Councillor Graham Cohn, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this motion. I think a lot of what I was going to say has already been said by other councillors. I was just going to highlight the what the council resolves to do. And I think it's really important, as Councillor Hobro alluded to, that we work with other organisations and charities as part of what we resolve to do. There's lots of good third sector organisations that are providing, you know, key support in this area. And I just wanted to also mention the paediatric hospital that is starting to be built on site at Addenbrooks, which seeks to bring both physical and mental health under one roof, which I think is something that we all welcome and will help this issue no end. But I will be supporting this motion. I think it's a good one and one that we all need to concentrate on.
Thank you, Councillor Cohn. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you. I have a few slightly different points to add to the motion, because I do hope that when it comes to issues like mental health and providing for that, then that is something we can collaborate on. And I won't for now, but in the future, I would ask you to reflect on that when issues require cross-party support to make them happen in your wording. For example, on Council Note B, it's not necessary. So while we won't let it stop us today, we ask that you think in the future as to is it appropriate for the topic to overly politicise something or not. But speaking to the main gist, Chair, mental health right now is incredibly difficult for a lot of people, young people, yes, especially. There's a lot of pressure, particularly with how easily accessible technology and actually AI. I think we have to be really careful. I know there are lawsuits going on, but in one case, it was astounding how many times a young boy had looked up suicide. And yet the ChatGPT bot, I feel like the BBC, other AI providers are available, mentioned it something like 1,400 more times. It was a crazy number more times than the actual individual had raised it themselves. And I think we do need to make sure that we are careful how that is going on. Also, I've spoken before in this chamber about how actually in the farming, and we do have young farmers, particularly in the area, how the mental health farming is incredibly difficult at the moment. And also, when we talk about mental health, we do need to appreciate where we've come from. When I was at school, eating disorders were common as you come. I was in an all-girl environment, and I know that does increase. I know steps were taken at other Cambridge girls' schools at the time as well. That is a mental health disorder. It can lead to dire consequences, and yet it gets treated often as a separate entity. And personally, I can say, if you don't resolve the issue at a young age, and I'm not talking about 11, 12, people can become bulimic at the age of 7 and 8. And if you don't resolve it early enough, that is that person's life. Given the rates of attempted suicide, that means there is likely to be people in this room that have taken that step, or at least know and have lost family members, as my husband has. It is incredibly difficult to understand mental health and support it because it is so different and unique to every person. It's not a broken arm or leg where you can just chuck a cast on it and we know what to do. It takes time. And I do think we are at a stage now where there is a lot of support across the political spectrum, across different sectors. People are more understanding now than they've ever been before, and I hope that means that together as one, that can be moved forward, which is why I kind of ask about trying to make sure that we depoliticise issues where it is possible. And we need to make sure as well that we reflect ourselves, Chair, in how we are acting when it comes to mental health and what it is, particularly with AI, what our policies are, what are our safeguarding situations. I'm sure that's already happening, but we can have as many initiatives as we like. The issue is quite often the people that need the help the most don't ask for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Great, yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, I'd be supporting the motion as well. I agree with virtually all of the comments that have been made about how important this point is. You know, I'm happy enough to note Liberal Democrat policies, but I would reserve my position on those because these are really difficult issues. And, you know, as some councillors have already said, there are huge backlogs in mental health care. And obviously, there's a perfectly legitimate debate about how we best prioritise money and if actually introducing new initiatives is actually not actually going to help the backlog that's there. So, you know, I accept that it's all well meant, but I think it is a shame to introduce one political party's views on this. I mean, I agree with what Councillor Drew said. I think it's really important that we think about schools in all of this, but I would also say I think it's really important that we think about how we intervene in primary schools, because often by the time children get to secondary schools, you know, problems may have already been, you know, embedded. And I, you know, in William Wesley in Whittlesford, actually, a few years ago, took part in a trial with a programme of mental health intervention for primary school aged children, which one of my children took part in. I was incredibly impressed, actually, about how that was carried out and the sorts of ways in which they were communicating with the children, which really seemed to, you know, connect with the children. They really seemed to engage with it, and I think had some really beneficial effects. So I think that kind of very early intervention is really important. I think, you know, as politicians, local politicians, national politicians, it's incumbent on all of us to think about the way we present messages, and I think that covers all sorts of topics. That you know, we don't present things in a way that might make mental health problems worse. One thing I would just say, and I'm sure this is the case because I know we've got an excellent communications team here, but in terms of the 3 bullet points, in terms of what council resolves, in terms of encouraging town and parish councils to support county-wide initiatives, obviously I think in principle that's an excellent thing, but parish councils, town councils very much vary in the resources they've got. So I think when implementing that, if the council can be as helpful as it can be, bearing in mind that a lot of parish councils, they don't have huge resources, so they will be able to pass messages on. The more we can signpost what can be done, I think the better, rather than expecting parish councils to generate things themselves.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Sally-Ann Hart, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to see this motion on the agenda, and really wanted to focus on a line I remember from when I was involved in education, that mental health is everyone's business. We all have a part to play in this, and we can support, we can signpost, and we can acknowledge our own mental health. I also think it's really important that this is as inclusive as possible, you know, that no sector is left out of how we cast this net. Recently doing some work with the university, with the college welfare officers and the student welfare officers, and just like Councillor Drew said, the young people that they are welcoming to their doors are coming there now with all sorts of different needs. That term, adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, is a bit of a buzzword in the world that I work in. There have always been adverse childhood experiences, but at least we're acknowledging more of them. And if we can focus on the fact that, you know, the pandemic has had a huge effect on those young people. We have a lot of young people in our area travelling for education, and as I say, I think whatever we can do to support people being able to access mental health services and to signpost, I'd be more than happy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James Rickson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank Councillor Hobo for bringing this motion forward, and to say that, yeah, I will be supporting it too. I think there's been a lot of good and very valid points made around the mental health status of children, which I won't reiterate, but just one thing I wanted to raise further, which hasn't been touched on necessarily, is just how impactful issues with mental health can be not just on individuals but on their families and loved ones as well. So providing this support and helping individuals with their mental health issues is not just helping them, but it's helping the people who are close to them and who are affected by that, particularly deterioration in mental health that can lead to loss of life. That goes much further than just an individual, and it can affect quite a large community. So with that, I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bridget Smith, please.
I won't talk.
Thank you. I don't see any more requests to speak, in which case we can move to a vote. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation? Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? In which case, Council agrees the motion by affirmation. Thank you. Next, we have motion 15B, standing in the name of James Rickson. Councillor Cohn, I think you were intending to leave the room for this motion. Thank you. Councillor Rickson, please would you move your motion?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm bringing this motion today because we're facing a really worrying situation in one of the most valuable services in our area, and that's the Arthur Rank Hospice. Right now, the hospice is having to plan to close 9 of its beds. That's about 40% of its inpatient capacity. And the reason is simple: a funding gap of £829,000 that Cambridge University hospitals are unable to continue to cover. If these beds close, more than 200 people every year will lose access to the specialist end-of-life care they need. Our residents are rightly alarmed, and more than 16,000 people have already signed our MP's petition to protect the hospice's funding. People are speaking up because they know how vital this service is. This isn't happening in a vacuum. Adam Brooks is under huge pressure. Beds are full, serious delays in discharging patients, with more and more stories about people receiving corridor care. National figures are showing the same picture, with record numbers of long waits and A&E waits. Taking hospice beds away will only make this worse. Hospices aren't an extra care. They're a key part of how we support people with dignity at the end of life, and they help keep pressure off the hospital system. Removing 40% of that capacity makes no sense, as this pressure will be moved to an already creaking system. We also can't ignore the bigger picture, or the bigger issue. Cambridgeshire's GPs and primary care funding has been frozen since 2017. We now get some of the lowest funding per person in England, despite rapid population growth and our area having real pressures that aren't reflected in the current formula. This is especially frustrating when the government's own plans talk about moving care into the community and preventing hospital admissions. That's exactly what hospices like Arthur Rank already do when they're funded properly. For me, this comes down to something very simple. People deserve proper care, especially at the hardest times in their lives, and they deserve dignity, and they deserve support. Cutting these beds would fail them, and it will make an already stretched healthcare service even worse. This motion asks us to back the campaign to restore our funding, so all the beds can stay open. We can't fix the entire NHS from here, but we can make our voice heard, and we can stand up for the people and families who rely on the Arthur Rank Hospice. I hope you'll all support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this motion seconded? Councillor Sally-Ann Hart, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I'll reserve my right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, I think you are requested to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Before I give my views, I know a lot of people have been involved, and you've referenced, the local MPs and what have you. But I do want to give sort of a bit of a thank you as well to one of our former colleagues, Val Barrett, which I'm sure a lot of people know in the room. Losing somebody, or somebody dying, passing away, however we want to describe it, is so personal to that individual and the people around them. And Adam Brooks and every other hospital, not just them, are great at so many things, but providing that personal care at the end of somebody's life, it isn't it. I've been unlucky, or some would say sometimes privileged, to have been in hospital and seen 2 people take their last breaths, both in hospital. And it was very, very difficult, because the first person was somebody I knew, and we went in. It was very peaceful as they passed. And this sort of wheelchair come in, and I didn't really clock it. You know, you're not thinking about things like that, are you, in that moment? And then, as we turned to leave, the wheelchair was given to us with all their belongings, with everything, and we sort of had to walk through the concourse and walk through everything, holding this sort of duffel bag of our friends' belongings. And it did feel like that person had just been completely forgotten. And places like the Arthur Rank Hospice prevent that from happening. But also, they prevent, what was said, I think it was Councillor Sally-Ann Hart said about we should all care about mental health, it affects everybody, it affects society. Well, the way somebody passes does as well, particularly if you are in a paediatric ward. As many of you know, I've had to spend a lot of time in there with my daughter. And when you are there as a parent, doing everything you can, with everything crossed that your child's going to be okay, and literally across, no further away than where the leader and deputy are from me now, I watched a young boy just pass away. And the dad's howl I can hear right now in this room. It is harrowing. And I wish that there had been a more peaceful situation for that family. I wish that there had been more care and personalised care, because the doctors had to move on to help other people in the way that he would have had he been in somewhere like Arthur Rank. And it would have helped everybody else that was on that ward at that time with that unpredictability. So 100%, I think we need places like Arthur Rank Hospice, and I would encourage us to look beyond as well, particularly when it comes to paediatric hospices as well, and not a lot of attention gets given to those. And we'll support, and I did tell Val that I know the motions for the leader to write, but we will write as well. And then hopefully less people will have those experiences and those memories, which then lead on, I can vouch, lead on to mental health issues for the people that are left, that are still in that room long after they've gone home, whether their loved one has come home with them or not. They will be in that room for a long, long time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Helen Leeming, please.
Thank you, Chair. The end of life is an emotional and complex experience for the person that is dying and for those who love and care about them. And the treatment of this period in someone's life requires a specialised skill set. It isn't something that that belongs in a sort of general, the general medical field. It's a particular set of skills that people are trained to enact. The idea of hospice care is particularly important because it creates an environment where patients and their friends and family can experience privacy, can create memories, can share can utilise the expertise of people who are trained to deal with this difficult situation, and in some cases find meaning and even joy in a very difficult situation. The loss of these beds in our area is a significant loss to people in a very vulnerable situation in their life. It isn't actually only something that's limited, sadly, to even Cambridgeshire. I was just looking, Hospice UK, I think that 2 out of 5 hospices are planning to make cuts this year. It is important that we recognise that the NHS is there to provide us with healthcare from cradle to grave, and that the end of our life requires treatment with dignity and compassion, and we need to make the most of community care and the skill set of medical professionals who've been trained to handle this sensitively. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Natalie Warren-Green, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to say I fully support this motion. I think you only have to visit Arthur Rank or go to a fundraising event, like their Shine Night walks, or go to their shops, or to see the energy that Arthur Rank Hospice has for its own cause. So there is a funding deficit. Clearly there aren't enough beds. It's not like they're saying, government, give us money, and we're not helping ourselves. They are contributing, and they're doing everything that they can to fundraise to keep those beds. And I think, I agree with everything people have said about the care required, but a key point about this is we need to add weight to what the MPs are saying. That campaign and the petition that's gone out will add weight. We need to support Arthur Rank because they are supporting themselves, and we're not supporting an initiative that isn't helping our community. And I'm sure everybody in this room knows somebody that at some point has been at Arthur Rank, has visited it, or has friends or family that have been there. It's a central part of our community. And I'm going to fully support this, and I totally agree that we need to add weight to this campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sunita Hansraj, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, hospice care should not be moved into a hospital setting. The function of a hospital is to cure illness, diagnose conditions, stabilize acute conditions, and extend life. A hospice provides a peaceful atmosphere which concentrates on palliative care for the person, working with the family to provide care and comfort for a person at the end of life. In a hospice, people are looked after by nurses and doctors trained in the care of the dying. A hospice is typically located away from a hospital as aggressive interventions have been discontinued. It is a fact that, like any acute care hospital, Adam Brooks is under a lot of pressure to provide beds for the number of patients requiring them. This demand is made worse by winter pressures, and there is an increase in admissions, for example, due to winter viruses or elderly suffering hypothermia. When a hospital attempts to ring-fence beds for the care of the dying within its building, some beds will inevitably be taken up by patients waiting in A&E. These patients will be transferred to ward areas at any time of the day or night, disturbing the peace and sleep of those dying. Nursing staff will have to provide care for the acute admission, therefore diluting care required by the dying. Where there is an area with an acute staffing shortage, nurses qualified in the care of dying will be moved to those areas. Care given to the dying will not remain consistent. When people have reached this stage in life, they are entitled to care in a dignified,
peaceful atmosphere with their loved ones, not being restricted by visiting times. They deserve the specialized care from the nurses and doctors able to provide such care. So concentrating on the financial aspect will inevitably result in unnecessary suffering for people who have reached the end of their lives. Clearly, there are two distinct functions of a hospital and a hospice, and the two cannot be merged. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Lentel, please.
Thank you, Chair. Arthur Rank Hospice has been a cornerstone of compassionate, high-quality, palliative and end-of-life care in our Cambridgeshire area. It plays an invaluable role, not only for patients, but for families and carers. These changes to the way that hospital beds are funded reflect broader pressures in the NHS. While these financial decisions are complex and often necessary, our priority must remain the people who rely on these services at one of the most vulnerable times of their lives. As a council, we should express strong and clear support for Arthur Rank Hospice and for the continued availability of high-quality hospice care in Cambridgeshire. That means supporting sustainable funding models, including closer collaboration with the Integrated Care Board and other local authorities, voluntary organisations and charitable partners. Whilst recognising that funding approaches may evolve and change over time, our commitment to dignity, comfort and informed choice for people at the end of life must not. This council should confirm that it stands with Arthur Rank Hospice, its staff, volunteers and supporters. This council should be first among the advocates for innovative and sustainable ways to ensure these vital services can flourish long into the future. Arthur Rank looks after many great people on their very worst days. JM, I'm thinking of you right now, mate. May your memory be a blessing. Here's to you and yours, AM, KM. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Anna Brandon, please.
Thank you, Chair. My village of Milton is privileged to be the location of one of the East Anglian children's hospices. And in a recent visit, they advised me that currently they only receive 15% of their income from the statutory sources, including the government, the county council and Integrated Care Board. So that means that 85% of their funding is provided by private donation. So just think of the impact the loss of this money will have to them. This, whilst I absolutely understand the reason why Cambridge University Hospitals has felt necessary to review this funding, it's unacceptable that these hospices, which are offering, in this case of Milton, children, and at the Arthur Rank Hospital, people with life-limiting conditions and who are close to death, as Councillor Hansraj has so eloquently explained. These hospices are providing essential care at no cost to parents or family. And indeed, I was on the planning committee that approved the application for the Arthur Rank Hospice in its current location. So it's painful to see that these really important hospices are being starved of funding by central government. It's so important that the end-of-life care is provided in a dedicated environment by specialist staff rather than in the hurly-burly of a hospital. So I support this motion and the campaign for long-term sustainable funding for the very necessary palliative care which is provided by hospices. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? If not, I will invite Councillor Sally Ann Hart to close the debate as seconder.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to endorse all the previous comments made by members, and thank you for those. In particular, the concerns raised about the inappropriate alternative for providing end-of-life care in a busy hospital setting. And just also to acknowledge the work Arthur Rank already does to raise funds. Just completely coincidentally, I opened my page of the South Cambs magazine today, and they were talking about how Arthur Rank will collect your Christmas tree and recycle it for you to raise funds. And last year they raised over £83,000. There's going to be an awful lot of trees they're going to need to collect this year in order to make up the shortfall of £829,000. As some neighbours may be aware, Val Barrett, who was a long-standing resident, or is a long-standing resident of Melbourne, and a previous Conservative district councillor, who served along Jose, mindful Jose can't be here today, and I think he would have spoken for the motion if he could have been here. And Jose and Val served together from 2008 to 2018. And Val was one of the people who joined our 3 local Liberal Democrat MPs when the petition of over 15,000 signatures was delivered. Val's late husband, Rob, benefited enormously from the care he received at Arthur Rank Hospice, as did Val. And when I spoke with Val, as a matter of courtesy really, to share that we wanted to bring this motion to council, she gave her overwhelming support. Because like many of us, the thought of such a dramatic decrease in funding, and therefore a significant drop in the availability of beds from 23 to 14 is horrific, bearing in mind how the demand for support and dedicated end-of-life care is already well oversubscribed. Val's husband Rob died on the 20th of October from a brain tumour, having spent 6 weeks at home under Arthur Rank Home Hospice before being moved to the hospice for the final 4 weeks of his life. And Val recalls what a calming place it was for Rob to be, and just how much the staff cared. Val was even able to spend the last 3 nights with Rob as they found her a room, a bed, and brought Rob's bed into that ward. This proposed cut in funding means over 200 people a year will no longer have the option of being cared for in the calm comfort of Arthur Rank Hospice, and instead will be dying in a busy hospital. And in Val's words, cutting 9 beds is just unbelievable. It's a truly cruel decision. So I feel really fortunate that as a council we have the opportunity to put our support for the campaign to restore funding on the record, and hopefully those who are in a position to reverse this will listen to the overwhelming public support. And thank you, Councillor Rickson, for bringing this motion to council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation? Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Do you wish to sum up?
I don't think it's been done rather well. I think happy to leave it.
That's fine, thank you. Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? Council therefore agrees the motion by affirmation. Thank you. She said 15 minutes. It'll be few minutes. Okay, it'll probably be 5 o'clock in reality. Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 15C, motion standing in the name of Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Williams, would you please move your motion?
Thank you, Chair. So it's a very short motion, so hopefully there's not too much in it to explain, but a little bit about why. Personally, I am not a fan and don't like the idea of development corporations in South Cambridgeshire in general, or Cambridgeshire. I think we have a planning system, we have local plans, and I think that's the best way to deal with it. It is not perfect by any means, but it is a system that is tried, tested, and works. But I think it's quite clear, and we've seen more recent announcements as well, that nationally the government very much this is going to happen to us. And at which point, it's a bit like LGR really, isn't it? We don't necessarily want it, but it's getting hurled at us. I've looked at it and thought, well, if it's going to happen, I would still like some local accountability and somebody that actually residents in our area can vote in, vote out. And I say this, that regardless of the party, the combined authority has not always been in the control of our party. And if this was the case then this would still be my view, because I think local democracy is really important, that the power for people to boot all of us out if they're not happy, to be quite frank. We won't like it, or I don't know, unless anyone's feeling particularly tired and fed up, they might. But the idea is that somebody is locally accountable to the electorate where they are, and I really am concerned that if it's just a standard development corporation that we see here in Cambridgeshire, that those local voices, will be notified as a courtesy, but it will be completely lost. Whereas if we have it in the responsibility and the remit of the combined authority and the mayors, we have a representative on the board at the combined authority, we have members that attend scrutiny panels there and the audit panels there. I think that would still not be palatable on the whole, it's all right, hopefully it didn't break. Does it count £10 if you drop your phone, Chair? I've lost my track, that might have been the plan. Yes, I want to make very clear, I don't think that this is good planning. However, if it's going to happen, I would like somebody that can be held accountable at the ballot box responsible for it, not people in Westminster that have no idea what's going on here, shoveling things around a board, and the Chancellor of the Exchequer just decides, oh, we need more money, so let's build on Cambridge. The cash cow will keep on giving. Sorry, Chair, I almost got through it without getting the ump, but Rachel Reeves is challenging my patience at the moment.
Thank you. Is this motion seconded?
I'm happy to second the motion, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cohn. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I'm happy to speak now very briefly, and that I support what Councillor Williams Heather Williams has said, and I think this would be a more democratic and accountable way to manage this process. Thank you.
Thank you. First request to speak is from Councillor Milnes.
Okay, maybe we're okay, yes. So, in some ways, this is a ship that has sailed. The government have already taken a decision. Matthew Pennycook has risen that it will be a centrally led DevCo. So, although we may agree with much of the sentiment, so for example, it's rather ironic, isn't it, that we have a time when we're slicing a level out of local authority, we're going to put another level in place. I mean, and one that's effectively adding central government to our local environment, when we know best about our environment, what we need. Our local plan is very much in late development. As you know, we're in that consultation. And that's, as I say, it's rather perverse. And I think the best that we could possibly hope for is something similar to the Olympic situation, where they had effectively 50+1 as government, and then the rest were local government employees, representatives. So if we have that, and what happened there was decisions were made largely on a consensus between everybody sat on that board, then we'll have some influence over the development of the DevCo. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith, please.
Thank you very much. So I've been very clear with everyone concerned, including the Mayor, that I won't support a mayoral DevCo, and that I believe that if we're forced to have one, as Councillor Mills has made clear, we are being forced to have one. A centrally led one is the least worst option. If we'd had a different mayor, my view might have been different, but that's what my view is, and our current mayor knows that. So both options result in a democratic deficit and take decision-making away from locally elected representatives. We are assured that, under the Cambridge Growth Company, that the board, the DevCo board, will consist of the relevant local leaders. So the leader of this council, Cambridge City, and the county council, until such time as we become a unitary, and then it'll be something different. Locally elected people will not be the majority, but they will be there. Why would I not support a mayoral DevCo? It means that critical decisions about Greater Cambridge will be taken by people whose primary focus is not Greater Cambridge. And, the Mayor has, he was on the radio just this week, continuing to speak out against the very infrastructure that will lead to growth in Greater Cambridge, and, most importantly, will take cars off our overcrowded roads and have some positive impact on the environment and the terrible air quality we have. So, we can't have somebody leading a DevCo for Greater Cambridge who opposes the C2C and CSET, which is exactly what will lead, what will support the growth. It would just be a nonsense. So the centrally led one will involve the government, who are undoubtedly completely focused on Greater Cambridge in exactly the same way as the previous government, the Conservative government, was focused on Greater Cambridge. And, I met Michael Gove when, what he was saying then is really not much different to what Michael Gove is, to what Matthew Pennycook is saying now. The advantage, as I see it, of a centrally led one is that they will be able to leave money straight from the Treasury. And we need that money to sort out to sort out the problems that we cannot sort out ourselves, predominantly water. If it was a mayoral DevCo, then, the mayor, whoever they might be, will be one voice amongst many mayoral voices lobbying competitively for central government funding, with far less chance, actually, of success. So, as I've said, we've been assured that there will be appropriate locally elected representation. And, if it's me on this board, then, if we don't like stuff, I will be making it perfectly clear that we don't like stuff. And we will be opposing with a very, very strong voice. A centrally led DevCo is set up specifically to lead the growth in Greater Cambridge, whereas the combined authority has a much broader remit, and actually, isn't resourced up enough to run a DevCo at the moment. So, I don't want this. I don't want a DevCo. I think, as Councillor Williams has said, we have the systems in place. You have to be able to demonstrate what a DevCo can do that we can't do. And actually, speaking, as the people with the top planning authority in the country, surely we can deliver the growth for Greater Cambridge. We have every confidence we have. So the government will have to demonstrate, why a DevCo is needed. What's the gaps that they can fill that we can't fill. If it's to deliver on the strategic infrastructure and solve those other problems, then, you know, we will just get on with it and hopefully see the advantage of it. I don't expect it to be an easy journey. I think it's going to be hard. But it's far better to be round the table than not round the table. And that's the end of that.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So obviously I'll be speaking to support the motion. I obviously, like previous speakers, do not support a development corporation in Cambridge. I don't think we need a development corporation, but if we are to have a development corporation, I think it makes perfect sense that it be a mayoral development corporation so that there is, as Councillor Heather Williams has indicated, democratic control and legitimacy actually to the actions of the development corporation. I don't agree with the leader that that would mean that it would be one mayor amongst many other mayors fighting for money, because when the proposal, you know, as part of agreeing the proposal for the development corporation, all of that will obviously be factored in terms of the money that's necessary. An agreement is made, led by the mayor, as to what is necessary, what the government wants, what the resources are that are necessary to fund that. Once that is agreed, the development corporation is created. It is under the control of the mayor. So the mayor won't be fighting with all the other mayors for the normal sorts of mayoral funds. It would obviously be quite differently funded to normal combined authority funding. I was really disappointed to hear the leader basically put short-term politics at the heart of this and say she doesn't want a development corporation because she doesn't like the current mayor. But if it had been Nick Johnson, she might have been in favour of it because she liked Nick Johnson. This is something that will be in place potentially for 10, 20 years across a number of political cycles, and it's not responsible to take decisions on the basis of who's currently in post and whether you like them or not. That does not serve the people of Cambridge, and I was really disappointed to hear short-term political considerations being put forward. Seen as they were, I mean, I will say that the current mayor certainly is interested in South Cambridgeshire, and the current mayor, I know, is advised by people who have a very intimate, detailed knowledge of what is going on in Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire. The mayor knows himself, but certainly I know the mayor's advisors are incredibly knowledgeable about this area. So it is simply not true that the mayor is only interested in Peterborough. The mayor is definitely not interested only in Peterborough. The mayor is interested in this area of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough as much as he is in any other area. I mean, I'm really concerned about the way things are going in relation to this development corporation. There's absolutely no information at all, as I said earlier, about the fundamental critical thing, which is the water. There are no credible plans. We've seen nothing to suggest there's any credible plan to solve the water problem. And I really can't see there can be a credible plan unless billions and billions are committed to building 3 reservoirs. That's what you need if you want to build 150,000 houses here, and you need the funding. And we all know the state of the public finances, thanks to the mismanagement by the current government. I very much doubt that money will ever appear. My worry is where this is going, is we're going to get some sort of development corporation. It's going to dump a whole load of houses, probably on the airport site, put in no infrastructure at all, just dump some houses, and then in about 10 years' time, it'll be, okay, well, job done, and they'll move on. And it will be an absolute disaster, because we'll get housing and we'll get none of the infrastructure support that we need. That's the way I fear this is going. That's the way I think inevitably it's going, unless there's some really serious money put into solving the water problem. This council does have bargaining power in this process. This council and Cambridge City Council could instruct the officers of the Greater Cambridge Planning Service not to engage with the growth company. That would cause them some problems and make them listen to us. So we do have bargaining power. We can push our case much more firmly than I believe we are. And I think we should throw away behind a mayoral development corporation to bring democratic accountability and legitimacy to what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Nantel, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate the point that it really is extraordinary that anybody representing residents of South Cambridgeshire or any of the councils or districts here in Cambridgeshire would not want local representation, whether that's from Peterborough, from Ely, or from Cambridge. I think the Reform chap was from Ely as well. You know, the idea that this is how devolution is done it's so petty, it's so silly. When I was at the Scottish Parliament, they used to describe the people in Westminster used to describe the MSPs as jumped up local councillors. Well, it turns out that local councillors really are jumped up parish councillors when they come up with this kind of thing. Of course we should have the mayor, whether they represent the red team, the yellow team, or the blue team, or the light, whatever Reform colour is. Of course we should have the mayor and not some centrally appointed person who will not understand the point about water, who will not understand the point about history, heritage, culture, and all the rest of it. Why would you vote against this and honestly tell residents that you weren't playing party politics? This one's really disappointing. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, point of personal information.
Go ahead, Councillor Mills.
I'm a jumped up parish councillor as well as a district councillor. I'd rather take offence to your indication that either are inadequate. Thank you.
I believe I was quoting people when they were disdaining devolution in Scotland. These are not my views. I am simply saying that there are times that we behave like the thing we shouldn't be, like when we get sad because someone's not making our busway happen. Boo-hoo.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? I don't see any hands, so... Oh, sorry, Councillor John Batchelor.
Just as the most aged person here, I think it's my duty to remind you of some of the history. I mean, it's not a long period, really. We've had 3 mayors. None of them have performed in any reasonable manner whatsoever. And, of course, the whole organisation has been in special measures for some considerable time. I wouldn't be over keen on putting any trust in a mayor. We just need to do our best to actually influence the government. They are listening, and let's hope they carry on doing so. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Drew, please.
I don't know whether this is a point of some kind of information or whether it's relevant to the debate, so please feel free to stop me if I'm talking out of turn. At what point is it okay for me as a councillor to decide that I take offence at the words being used by another councillor to describe how I might seek to represent my residents? There are 14,000 people in Camborne. There's about to be 18,000. We then are going to have North Camborne. So we're going to have 30, 40,000 people. Boo-hoo, because my busway is not being built. Really? Boo-hoo. Yeah, through Coton Orchard, through irreplaceable habitat that David Attenborough has said we shouldn't do. When you promised, when you Lib Dems promised a proper study of alternative routes, you came to this council promising a study. You marched through the streets. Shame on you. Coton Orchard forever. I feel unable to continue because I feel that there is insufficient control in this council chamber, and I feel that Councillor Lentel's behaviour is reprehensible. I don't know how to make a personal complaint about the behaviour of a councillor.
Can I try and bring it back to my motion, please,
Williams.
Chair? Please.
Okay. Councillor Williams, you very regularly make points of personal information where you feel that you have been maligned or undermined, and you very regularly make these points where you feel that somebody has misrepresented you, okay? I said to Councillor at the start that if I was out of order or if I was speaking at the wrong time, then that's absolutely fine, I can be stopped, and I accept. I don't think it's appropriate for one councillor to talk across another. I wouldn't do it to you. I wouldn't do it to you, Councillor Williams, okay? I don't always like what you say, but I wouldn't talk across you when it is your turn to have the floor. Please don't do it to me. I think it's rude. I don't think you should do it. I am going to stop there because I am deeply irritated and actually offended by the conduct of Councillor Lentel. I think it's out of order, and I think that whoever is responsible for investigating the conduct of councillors should investigate the conduct of Councillor Lentel during this meeting. And I will stop there, for I fear that I have perhaps used up too much of the council's time. Thank you.
Councillor Drew, thank you for that, and I suggest you talk with the monitoring officer at an appropriate time. She's witnessed the whole exchange, so she can make a judgment on that matter. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? In which case... Oh. Councillor Handley, please.
Just to bring us back to the issue that we're talking about. Perhaps someone could, who has better knowledge of this than me, confirm that the Mayor would actually have a call-in powers on the DevCo. Is that correct?
Yes, he will do. Or she, whoever they may be.
So that does give the Mayor an element of control.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak? If not, I would invite Councillor Heather Williams to sum up.
Before I do, I think those of us on Civic Affairs now, and I was not just trying to speak over Councillor Drew, but avoid the fact that a complaint has been made in open forum, Chair, and those of us on Civic Affairs now wouldn't be able to sit on a panel if that's to go ahead. So it was not my intention to try. I was trying to secure Councillor Drew's right to be able to take that process, because I don't, with those of us here, I don't think we would be quorate for a panel, even if something was to go ahead now. So that's my explanation as to that. I hope that's accepted. Okay, back to the motion. It is, I'm going to go through some things and try and take them in order. So they said, ship has sailed, nothing has actually got off the ground. You know, things can be sort of absorbed into the combined authority. There's no applications in at the moment. It's still in its setting up and its nurturing stage. So I don't believe the ship has sailed. Central Led will get the money if it's not from... I don't think so. We saw what happened with the kneecap site. I think the Treasury will do what it's going to do and what it's prepared to do, regardless actually if it's them running it, the show, or if it's the Mayor. I really don't find it reassuring when the leader, Chair, says that we're assured some local, there'll be some local electorate representation and there'll be some councillors on there, and if she doesn't like stuff, then she'll say no. I mean, what on earth is stuff? You know, this is going to shape where we live for decades. And so I completely agree, it should not be based on who the current person is that's in the Mayor, and that's really, really disappointing, I have to say. I mean, to say if it was a different Mayor, you'd have a different view, when actually we're discussing not who the Mayor is, we're discussing the policy of this council, the position of this council. Yeah, when we get elected, we're meant to represent people, whether they voted for us or not. Yeah, we're meant to represent the best interests of our areas, regardless of what we think of another individual. There are ways to deal with that if you're not happy. And to say because the Mayor spoke out against C2C, well, the leader was on a protest march against C2C before she came here, you know, and so was the leader of the county council. So, okay, I get you've changed your mind. That's your prerogative, okay? But that can't be the reason why we voluntarily hand over all of this decision-making to somebody in Westminster who's got no local accountability, in the hope that you might actually be able to have some sort of say or be able to stop some stuff. Yeah, that's not reassuring me at all. This isn't about who the Mayor is. I didn't put in here it should become Paul Bristow's Development Corporation. I said it should be a mayoral development corporation. because when it comes down to it, the leader was bragging of her party's election success. Maybe that'll be you someday. I would obviously be concerned about that, but it might happen. And in which case, I'm sure you'd be fighting tooth and nail the opposite. I thought the reason that the word Democrat was in your party name was because, like us, you stood for democracy. I thought all of us in this room stood for democracy, transparency, and local accountability, not personality politics.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. The way the debate has gone, I suggest we go straight to a recorded vote. Councillor Leeming.
Would you rather if we just move on? Okay.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. Okay. Erin, can you give us an electronic vote, please? And in this case, it will be green to vote in favour of the motion, red to vote against, and yellow to abstain. Thank you. That is 6 votes in favour of the motion, 19 against. The motion falls. Okay, we move on to the final motion, 15D, standing in the name of Councillor Graham Cone. Councillor Cone, would you move your motion, please?
Thank you for that, Chair. So the motion is to support the principle of abolishing business rates for pubs, high street shops and the hospitality sector. The reason I was putting this motion forward is that business rates are outdated, unfair to the high street and the hospitality businesses. Pubs, shops, cafes and restaurants are community anchors. Supporting small businesses strengthens our local economy. The pandemic and inflation have pushed the sector sort of close to the brink, as we can see from a number of high streets. And it's my personal view that a lot of the cost at the outset could be regained by long-term gains, things like more businesses surviving, increased employment, greater VAT on items sold in terms of tax receipts, and it could have a social impact in terms of town centres and tourism and so forth. So that's the reason I put the motion forward, Chair.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Heather Williams, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I will speak now to the item as I'm pretty sure an amendment is coming, so I'll do that and then hopefully we can get through the debates in order, Chair. I was a landlady for a short period of time, and it is a community in itself, actually, when you've got people on the high streets amongst the businesses. And even recently, somebody that, a landlady in my patch has seen the doors closed in their pub for the last time. And that has a huge knock-on effect, not just for them, but for the local communities as well. I think we struggled with this sort of situation of the online, the rise of online shopping. And we've got Uber Eats, we've got Just Eat, everything is so easily and readily available to us. And actually through COVID as well, we kind of got used to having stuff brought to us rather than going out and about and taking it. And I think business rates is something that really hampers those in retail, hospitality in particularly. And it has a big, huge impact on our economy. We spoke earlier on about mental health. We all came together on that. And one of the things that actually for younger people, like many people, my first job was in my local pub. There aren't in our rural villages many opportunities for employment, and so actually they give you those first steps. And we know that if people are in work and what have you, then more often than not, it gives them that self-worth. It gives them that actual local connection. They're not just at home on their own. They're interacting people. They have a social network outside the home. And this is all linked together. We can give more opportunities in our villages. And I think business rates is like a chain around the neck, really. It is giving a complete unfair advantage. It's almost to the point where it's sort of interfering in free market, which is obviously what we're very supportive of. So I hope that whatever party political, we've seen it in a few other places, and I understand that. I do understand that this chamber, we're going to naturally have different views, but if you can find a way to agree for this, remember it's not for us. This motion is not for our benefit. It's for the benefit of our local businesses and our residents. So please look at it for what it is. No, you're going to try and make it into something different, but can we please get to the point where we debate what's in front of us, and like it, don't like it, bring a different motion. I think that would be better for the discourse in this chamber.
Thank you. Is there indeed an amendment to be presented to this motion? Councillor Rixon.
Yes, I'd like to submit an amendment to this motion.
Thank you. Dem Services have just displayed it. Let's give everyone a chance to read it. Okay, I don't know how quickly you read. Councillor Cohn, do you accept the amendment?
I don't, Chair. No, I think it sort of changes what we initially set out to do somewhat. I actually do agree with some of it. So, yeah. So no. In short, I don't agree with the amendment.
Understood. Councillor Rixon, could you present the amendment, please? Do you have a seconder for the amendment, by the way?
Yes, I'll second that. Thank you,
Councillor Milnes, thank you.
Yes, so I mean, in terms of the principle of abolishing business rates and the impact it has on our local businesses, I mean, as put forward here in the amendment, I think it's very important to sort of decouple the investment that local businesses can make in their premises, and in that way encourage investment and growth on our high street. But I think it's quite clear, the amendment, so I'll leave it at that and leave it for debate.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? I'm assuming Councillor Milnes, you were reserving your right to speak. So, Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think somebody was before me, but I'm happy to have a first go. Thank you. First point I would make is I would actually query whether that negates the motion, because it makes it a completely different motion to the motion it was before. So I would raise that query as to whether this negates. On the substantive point of it, this is just substituting one tax with another tax. And the whole point of the motion was to abolish the tax so that the businesses were freed of the taxation burden. It wasn't to just have another tax instead of this tax. I mean, I fundamentally disagree with a lot of the assertions in that. I mean, the idea that if you put a levy on landlords, that somehow frees tenants of the obligation to pay, well, this is la-la land stuff. what do you think the landlords are going to do? They're going to put the charge straight on the tenants. They're going to recover it through increased rents, all sorts of ways that landlords will do that. It's total nonsense. I mean, it is left-wing economics, but it's total nonsense. Just fundamentally failing to realise that people react to taxes. Landlords don't think, ooh, dear, darn it, the tax is on me now, I'll just have to pay. They think, right, how can I pass this cost on to somebody else? That's the way people behave. Taxes have behavioural effects. And why certain people in politics don't understand that, I just cannot fathom. So all this supposed, which I presume is a Liberal Democrat policy, I must admit, I don't know many Liberal Democrat policies, I presume this is one of them, all it will do is just impose the same tax via a slightly different route on exactly the same people. Firstly, I think that negates the motion. Secondly, I think it's a really stupid idea.
Thank you. Councillor Shrabona Bhattacharya, please.
I'm sorry, I would like to support the next one, not exactly, I don't want to speak on the amendment, but I would like to speak for the actual motion.
Thank you. Councillor Lina Netto.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support this amendment. Of course, I agree with what Councillor Williams have said. My ward is Hardwick and Toft, and in Toft we have little shop, little village post office. They do is an independent retailer, and Toft, the value of the land in Toft is quite high. If you look at all the other, I think South Cambridge in general, the value of the land is extremely high. So on Toft it would be considerably high. So I would assume that if this was to go ahead, that little owner in that little shop in a very expensive area or high value land area would go out of business 100%. So unfortunately this would have a detrimental impact on the community and the business itself. So I could not support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you. What I was going to say is, there'll be, I'm sure, it'll be displayed later, but there was more to this amendment than is displayed. So is that you've removed the rest, or is it included? Because you had sort of a section on VAT and things like that. It carried, it's all right. Just to be clear to everybody, it carries on. Oh yeah, look, there's the word Liberal Democrat proposals in it. I knew it was in there somewhere. So I'm going to focus as much as I can on what I can agree with. And I do think, actually it was in the, I'm going to get the slogan wrong, but it was Eat Out to Help Out, where the VAT was dropped during COVID. And I thought that was a very successful policy, and I would have quite liked it to have carried on. So I've got no problems at all with the reduction of VAT. So that's why I was sort of, the one bit I liked had gone, but it turns out it hasn't. So yeah, I've got no issues with that. Now, can I just bring this all into a bit of a reality check when it comes to plant and machinery and property? There are so many exemptions that there is a tiny amount of property, plant and equipment that is even included when it comes to valuation. So that bit is a bit, it's a very, very small bit. So if we're thinking we're going to make these great savings by taking out the PPE and plant and machinery, it's not going to happen. Also, land is amortised, not depreciated. So the land value and things like that are accounted for in different ways, and that isn't taken into consideration here at all, and affects how the valuation office look at it. There is also actually exemptions and reliefs for investment. So the things that you're saying you could do currently in the way that it's valued. So my issue is not that I think the valuation is doing a marvellous job, because obviously we want to remove business rates, but what you're seeking to achieve there, in reality, isn't an issue. It already exists, and the system's already not working for people. So doing that would not help, and giving them a new burden, which would get passed on, would not help. I mean, this motion is about allowing people to become more competitive with the online markets. It's about keeping our communities together. Giving them new burdens is not going to help at all. I do agree that as a local government, we do look at business rates, and that the government would need to ensure that there was some offsetting. I've got no problems with that bit. But equally, that's why we didn't include things like VAT, which we support, because that's much more national. Business rates obviously does affect us locally. But I'm willing to say, look, we'll take for our communities, take the hit on that. This says we are going to get it elsewhere. And I think the commercial landowner levy will simply get passed on. And I think it's very naive at best to think that landlords will not pass it on, because they have bills, they have costs, that's the way the economy is. Unless you want the landlords to go bust, at which point that screws the pubs up anyway. Mind boggles, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Nantel, please.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting this amendment, mainly for the reasons that Richard Williams said, which is that underneath the amendment is not actually a tax break. It's not actually reducing the tax burden on our hospitality sector. And the premise of this amendment is fundamentally the idea that the public's money is better spent in council chambers like this than it is left in the pockets, left in the business tills of residents themselves. And I just don't agree. I don't think that when we've just voted ourselves a pay rise, when we've just voted to not tell anyone that we're having a pay rise or to publicise it the same way we would anything else, when we're opposing democracy in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough because we don't like the coloured rosette that the liberally minded Conservative, or is it a conservatively minded Liberal, is exercising in its democratically voted office. This is the problem with councils like this. We don't have officers who follow our own rules as written behind us. Make sure you got that one in the minutes.
Sorry,
We have a serious
I object
problem.
to that last comment.
Councillor Lentil, you're straying off topic again.
Back to the topic. This council wastes money. This council wastes money to the extent that the Secretary of State wrote to us saying that 5 days paid for 4 days work is accepted. I'm sorry, I thought we didn't talk over each other. Excuse me, you're not the chair. We don't talk over each other. Thank you. It's funny how it's one way, isn't it, guys? Money is better left in the pockets of residents and in the tills of our businesses. That's why I'm not supporting this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bill Handley, please.
I don't think we're going to be able to resolve much this evening. This is a huge topic, Chair. I can't support the Conservative, Councillor Cohen's motion. I know we're talking about Northern. There's also an awful lot on there for me to take in, and I don't think, honestly, I think I'm likely to abstain. I'm sorry. That's my view. I just don't think we can get anywhere with this tonight. The Conservative motion or the amendment.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the amendment? If not, I will turn it over to Councillor Milnes to wrap up.
Just very briefly, and I have some sympathy with Councillor Handley's comment. So what we're trying to do here is, rather than get rid of all taxes, which will leave a huge hole, is to put in place something else that's more positive towards businesses. You were talking about the way the valuation office agency, the VOA, work. Very complicated, a long time since I got involved in what was tax deductible or not. But this is our best effort as replacing an unfair tax with a fairer one. So that's why I'm supporting our amendment. So I hope my colleagues will follow suit and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I propose we move to an electronic vote on the amendment on the screen in front of you. So it'll be green to vote in favour of the amendment, red to vote against, and yellow to abstain. Councillor Williams? Yeah, let's finish the...
your vote.
Hasn't taken mine, okay. Seventeen votes in favour of the amendment, 5 against, 2 abstentions. The amendment is passed. Councillor Williams, you have an amendment to the amendment to share.
I do, Chair, and we did share it in advance. The Deputy doesn't look like he's seen it, so I'm happy to have a 5-minute pause if the information we've been given wasn't acceptable.
I think we just need to move on on basis of time spent, Chair.
Sorry, would somebody explain what we're seeing? Because this looks very like the previous amendment. Could somebody just explain?
Chair, would you like me to move the amendment and then that might give clarity?
It would be a good place to start if you could move the amendment, please.
I think you have to ask the proposer of the amendment that we've just voted on as to whether we accept it. Is that correct?
Councillor Rickson. Do you accept the amendment to the amendment? Yeah. The previous amendment has become the substantive motion.
No.
Councillor Rickson is not accepting, so at this point you can present your amendment.
Okay, so I'll present my amendment. So this is, I don't know what's going on. We did share it in advance as a sort of a compromise position. We were told it wasn't acceptable, which the fact that you've not accepted it suggests it's not acceptable to you. What we've done is essentially taken out the reference to the commercial landowner levy, which I did incorrectly read as SIL to begin with, and that panicked me somewhat. I thought, where does planning come involved in this? With the view that that is itself is a new tax, and if we want to have a debate on that and you want to bring that forward, bring a motion and we can have a debate on your CLL rather than what we're trying to do around business rates. What was said in relation to the costs and creating black holes, I mean, the VAT cost, that's £12 billion. That's a lot more than what would happen with the business rate. So, you know, if we're being consistent, it's okay for us to have a policy that says we are not going, we want, our principle is we want to abolish business rates and then see where that, and then have a separate debate as to what would come in place or not. Obviously, we don't, the idea from our point of view is to release tax burden and like I say, to make it more equal with the online retailers. And I was hoping when we put this together that there was enough in this. We even left the Liberal Democrat word in, because we know you like that. Do you know what I mean? There was effort made here to try and have something that we could end. We knew it was going to be a difficult day, Chair. We've talked about really serious issues, and I'm trying to lighten the mood slightly in how I present this, because if not, I am fearful that we will all need one of the motions. But can we try and agree? I know you've not, but there is still time, Councillor Rickson, to change your mind. And let's have that debate, an informed debate, on your commercial landowner levy, which is a bit of a tongue twister, another day. But for today, can we all agree that our pubs need help? Our hospitality needs help. Our retailers need help. And getting rid of business rates, and as you wish, cutting VAT would go a big step to achieving that. Thank you, Chair. It is seconded, by the way, by Councillor Cohn. We got into such a muddle, I don't know if that happened or not.
That was to be my next question, but thank you. Councillor Cohn.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I second.
you wish to speak now or hold your peace?
I'll speak now, just very briefly, because I think we've gone around the houses quite a lot. You know, I just think this would be really, really important to high streets or pubs, shops, and it, you know, will impact things like social isolation and community value, as well as really helping our businesses and pubs make ends meet.
Thank you. Request to speak from Councillor Brian Milnes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think we all share a desire to help our businesses through tough times. You know, the COVID epidemic was an example of businesses widely suffering, and many of them have failed to recover from that episode. But I don't think we're going to get to an agreed point here. So somehow I want to turn this debate into a common shared support for local businesses rather than the detail, which won't be enacted anyway, unless you've got a secret way into the Labour government that I wasn't aware of. And you've already been quite rude about Rachel Reeves, I think, or So let's see if we can't get rid of this amendment to an amendment and just debate the support for businesses that I think that we both seek to achieve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I think we have drifted away from the key point of this. The point of this motion originally was to provide support for pubs and high street shops and hospitality sector. By substituting one tax for another tax, you're not helping pubs, high streets and shops. And as things stand with the amended motion does not help those businesses, as it just taxes them in a slightly different way. So just going with what Councillor Brian Milnes would say, I would just say don't hope for help for pubs and small businesses, vote for it. And you can vote for it today by cutting their taxes.
Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith, please.
Okay, so, I mean, I think the problem is this hasn't been, some of this has been rushed through and it hasn't been very well thought out. So, you know, when I see, you know, pubs, absolutely, you know, high street shops, hospitality sector, but why not hospices? Why not charity shops? Why not, you know, so on and so forth? So I think the problem here is that this isn't broad enough. I haven't discussed it in my group. I'm going to suggest that what do people think about withdrawing the motion and coming, you know, and talking between us all and coming back with something that we can all agree on, which demonstrates our shared support for pubs and our village high streets. You know, I don't want to be giving, you know, I don't want to be giving Costa Coffee, you know, free business rates, because actually they can afford to pay it, I think. Okay.
I think
so
other coffee vendors are available.
Other coffee vendors are available, yeah. So I'm just throwing this out here because I think we're going round in circles and this is getting more and more complex. And I think, you know, we probably can, between us all, come up with something which demonstrates this whole council's concern about the future of pubs and the loss of pubs. Interested to know what the Leader of the Opposition says to that.
Councillor Williams, is that proposal acceptable to you?
We're in a very strange position now, Chair, because it's as you amended it for the things that you've listed. So if I'm being asked, will I vote for this as it is amended? If it's not the amendment, we're still on the amendment to the amended motion. Okay, unless this amendment goes through, and we're completely clear, I will not support the introduction of a new tax in any way on pubs and businesses, even if it is a swapsy, as is suggested there. So that is a red line for us. So if you think that something can be achieved that in a different way, that avoids that, absolutely. But if all we're going to do is over the next few months have a discussion about adding a different tax in, then no, that is a red line for us. We want less tax on our pubs, not more or different.
So I think there's an opportunity for us to park this for now, to have a conversation between us all, about, how we could demonstrate support, particularly for pubs, because it is part. It's a shame that Councillor McDonald's not here, because that is absolutely a focus for our economic strategy. So I don't know. So I'm looking at Nuranata here about what's the process if we withdraw the motion? Do we then? Can we all go home then? Actually, because it's been quite a long day. Because I don't think we're going. I think we're going round in circles.
Can I suggest we give the monitoring officer and Dem Services like 5 minutes, because I think we're throwing a real curveball at them, because I think the motion is now in your name, but it's originated, so should we give them 5?
Let's adjourn for 5 minutes. Take us
Okay,
offline.
no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. As Councillor Cohen was the one who made the actual motion, it'd be up to him to decide whether or not to withdraw the motion. And to
Yeah, but it's been amended now. This isn't my motion, this is
Let's
amended.
not do this publicly. It's got messy enough as it is.
If I may, Chair, I think the situation is that it's currently our motion. So if the proposer of that motion wants to withdraw it, is able to do so, and then we can have a discussion outside of the meeting to try and develop a motion that we can all agree on.
If I can, constitutionally, because it is not substantive and it's got, can we just give them 5 minutes to make sure we do this correctly?
I point out that your 30 minutes is up, Chair.
Okay, Aaron, can you take us back online, please? Thank you. Councillor Rickson.
I'd just like to confirm, I'd like to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we agree by affirmation that Councillor Rickson's motion is withdrawn, please?
Agreed.
Is anyone against? Thank goodness for that. Your motion is withdrawn. Thank you. Which brings us on to the last item on the agenda, Chair's engagements. Yeah, the motion's withdrawn. There's no motion to speak on.
It will come back to another meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. Chair's engagements are listed in the papers. This draws our meeting to a close. The next council meeting will be held on the 24th of February at 2 p.m. I believe that's the outlier Tuesday meeting, so check your diaries. Thank you all.